So if any of you guys remember, we played a game called A Date with Death. And this is by the same people. And the music is awesome. I was listening to it earlier, but I wanted you guys to be able to hear like the whole song because it's good. It's called the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. It is a visual novel slash shop simulator slash romance. Because why wouldn't it be? I'm just gonna sit here and listen to the music, apparently. Let's get into it. I know not much about this game, but I loved A Date with Death, so I'm assuming I will also enjoy this greatly. Please select a game difficulty. Cozy and normal do not feature game overs for being unable to pay your bills, but hard mode does. Fuck that! We're gonna go cozy and normal. I suck. I'm terrible. Hi, Pablo. I'm terrible at simulator, like shop simulator games. I haven't done any shoutouts. To my dearest Sprout. Also, the music so far has been banging in this game, but if it's too loud, let me know. I want it to be loud enough that you guys can hear it, but not so loud that, like, you can't hear me. To my dearest Sprout. Sprout hardly seems like a fitting nickname anymore, does it? By now, you must be towering over your mother. She always was a short little thing. Don't tell her I called her that, okay? I fear it would make our relationship even worse than it is now, if that's even possible. I digress, my dearest Sprout. It has been far too long since I last saw you. Still, I picture in my mind a toddler with a mess of orange hair who insisted on wearing their rain boots on the sunniest days, who would remove their smock lest they get paint on it, who would turn their nose up at chocolate, but sneak carrots from the fridge when no one was looking. You always have had your own way of doing things, my dear. That is precisely why I'm entrusting you with my greatest treasure, my antique store. Well, for the next 3 months, anyhow. After a lifetime of living in the city, a bit of country air ought to do you well. Willowmist is special to me, and I think soon enough it will be special to you. It has its quirks, which I'm sure you'll realize quickly, but it has a way of growing on you. Or perhaps it's the other way around, like a parasite. Or maybe a fungus. Either way, I suspect you'll fit in just fine. I am only sorry I cannot be there to greet you. Responsibilities pull me away from Willowmist, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure you'll hear enough rumors about where I've gone to satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, whatever they say will be nowhere near as interesting as the truth. To find the store, take a left from the train station, then a right when you notice the breeze pick up. Okay. Then turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, close your eyes, and turn around again. You'll find it soon enough. Am I venturing to Wonderland? That sounds like Wonderland directions. I have an employee there waiting for you. He's not the easiest to get along with, but I doubt anyone could resist your charm. You're much like your aunt in that respect. Take care of the store, Sprout. Take care of yourself. And for heaven's sake, don't try to sell the vase with the bird on it. It's cursed. First thing I sell. With all my love and faith in you, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. If you find Florian napping on the job, make sure to tuck him in. He doesn't get enough sleep, that boy. Okay. You felt a buzz from your pocket, the familiar sensation of a worried mother. The train continued shuddering along its track in an almost comfortable way. Darling, won't you reconsider? It's such a big move. You've always lived nearby. You won't know anyone, so if anything goes wrong, why not stay home? All right, I'll make them turn the train around. This is exactly something I would tell my mom. I'll be like, oh, well, I guess I'll just go talk to... All right, I'll make them turn the train around. Operation Take Over the Train and force them to turn around. I think it might cause some trouble for the train behind us, though. I just don't understand why you left so suddenly. Aunt Sylvie needs someone to watch the shop, you know that. I'm sure she has friends there. She also has family, you know. Won't you reconsider? Sorry, Mom. I love you, but I'm looking forward to a few months away from home. New people, fresh air, and a real job. You've never even worked at a store before, let alone ran one. Aunt Sylvie says someone will be there to help you out. It's an antique store in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it'll be particularly busy. I swear you got your stubborn streak straight from my sister. Okay, baby, just stay safe, okay? Don't walk alone. Don't walk about alone at night. Make sure to lock the doors and call me if anything happens. Of course, Mom. I will, Mom. Everything will be fine. Train's about to pull up. I'll text you later. Okay, I love you. Love you too. You guys get to see the opening. Oh, I saw this. I saw this already. It's like on the Steam landing page. Oh my god, it's so good. Just enjoy. Because the music's awesome.
Listen to the voices of the folks that came before. They tell me of the choices and the tasks I have in store. Every antique has a secret, every trinket has a tale. Every person has a story that is waiting to unveil. Something in me feels aware that there's this untold magic in the air. I can't shake off this feeling, a sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alike for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. No, right into place. No.
I returned to sender! Hi!
And all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place.
Hello! Welcome in! I am. I'm very excited about this. Even if it is just a demo, I'm very excited. Oh, duh. I'm looking at this like, what am I doing? I gotta be honest. I love the games where you can choose what you look like on the outside, and then it doesn't even, like, all this. All this. Ooh, custom. Oh, I got to pick my name. Oh, but I like Sage. I might just leave it as Sage. Sometimes it's fun to just leave it as is rather than like... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I've only had coffee this morning, so I'm a little bit jazzed. Get it? Because it's like two different types of like plants. Sage and marigold. One's a flower, one's a spice? Is sage a spice? I think. Mr. Sage Marigold from Avonridge. Please write in capital letters. Yeah, wait. I can choose my picture. I like it. No, wait. Bring me the tongue. Give me the sticky out tongue again. Oh no! I went too fast. There we go. Got it. I am as the. The air was chilly as you stepped out of your train and onto the platform, if you could even call it that. It seemed more like a graveyard than any of the train platforms you'd ever frequented back in the city. No matter the hour, they would be completely packed with people coming and going, rushing for reasons you could never quite understand. For reasons they may never understand either. Everybody just going about their lives like, why are we here? This platform was completely empty. No one waited to get on, and you were the only person who got off. Where chatter would usually greet you, all that you heard on this quiet platform in the middle of the countryside was the sound of the wind rustling the trees and the chirping of crickets hidden amongst the weeds. Oh, hell yeah, I'm chirping back. I can't do it. I don't think I can do a cricket sound. I can do birds. I can do birds pretty well. But I don't think I can do crickets. With more effort than you'd be willing to admit to, you attempted to chirp back, but found that the sound was actually harder than you expected. Yeah, it is. As I tried myself. More practice would be required. Yes, it would. I will perfect it. That's my 2026 goal. By the end of the year, I will know how to chirp like a cricket. Gathering up your belongings, which you brought only a few of, you quickly found your aunt's letter once again. Left from the station then right when the wind picks up. I'm not sure what the weather has to do with it. Well, it's supposed to be a pretty small town. I'm sure I'll find it. Somebody was supposed to be here to pick me up, I thought. Dude, I would love to live in a town that looks like this. Wow. From the way your aunt had described the quaint countryside town of Willowmist, you had expected 2 shacks and a farm if you were lucky. Instead, upon taking a left when you exited the station, you found yourself in a town center that was significantly more vast than you first imagined. Yeah, this is a pretty decent-sized town. You smiled as you pulled your suitcase up a small flight of stairs, eyes searching around the beautiful facades and rural landscape. Music drifted out from somewhere unseen. It seemed almost like the sound of change, of newfound freedom. A few people passed you as you continued onwards, though for the most part you had the street to yourself. Even that was strangely foreign to you. Where you grew up, there were always people around, no matter the hour. You've lived on that. You took a deep breath into your lungs. The air was cool and fresh. The scent of flowers drifted towards you as the wind picked up, changing course. So, right now? You glanced to the right and found a street there that ran away from the town center. What did she write? Turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, then close my eyes and turn around again? She could have just sent me the address. With a half chuckle, half sigh, you turned around and began walking backwards, hoping you wouldn't crash into anyone, though the chances of that seemed slim at that time of night. 1, 2, 3... Jesus. 4, 5, 6, 7... Slowly, you closed your eyes, removing sight from the equation, then spun back around and opened them back up. And sitting before you was a quaint little store with green paneling and a sloped roof and a metal sign hanging above the door. It read, "The Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities." There you are. I've been looking for you. I don't know why, but I just heard that in Howl's voice from Howl's Moving Castle. You're even prettier than my aunt said. You reached down and searched under the doormat and quickly found the key that your aunt left for you. Its brass surface was marked with blemishes that all seemed to say how well loved this building was. The key turned in the lock soundlessly as you pushed the door open. Tables upon tables of antiques and knickknacks greeted you. A dozen different lampshades and chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting up the space. Wow. She sure has put together an interesting collection. Is collection the right word? It looks a bit too chaotic for that. Potted plants dotted the room, bringing a bit of life to the otherwise still space. Carefully, you put your luggage to the side, cautious of knocking over anything and causing what would be the worst game of dominoes ever. And then you walked through the aisles, if they could be called that, and inspected the store. You'd never visited Willowmist before, nor seen any photos of it, yet somehow you felt a strange sense of familiarity. It made you feel at ease, despite being far away from your home for the first time in your life. You dropped everything to come here. You quit your casual job, They were hardly giving you hours anyway, only a week ago. You didn't renew your lease. Fortunately, the timing worked out well since it was coming to an end regardless. Friends back home only found out about your temporary move a few days before your train left. Honestly, though, you weren't that close to anyone. That's fair. It always felt like the friends you kept around you had other friends they would have preferred spending time with. That seemed to happen as you got older. The natural drifting apart of people who you once clung to like your life depended on it. There's a song about that. So here you were in the middle of the countryside town of Willowmist, surrounded by rolling hills and mountain ranges like you'd never seen before. Dude, he's totally a vampire. Tell me that's not a vampire. He's got purple eyes and fangs. I hate that my brain immediately reading that wanted to be like, Jesus Christ. No. Jesus Christ. Whatever the man was carrying in a box a moment ago was now sprawled out over the floor, dropped in surprise. With mouth agape, he stared at you, still grasping for words. Listen, if you wanted to rob the store, you could have done it before I got here. Common courtesy and all that. If I was gonna rob a store, it wouldn't be this dump. Rude. Hey, my aunt probably put a lot of work into this dump. Wait, forget about that. Why would I be the one robbing the store? I was here first. If anyone is gonna be robbing it, it'd be you. I didn't see you when I came in. I was in the storeroom. Can you prove it? Why should I be the one to prove it? You're the one who waltzed in here. Man sighed, the most tired, exasperated sigh you'd ever heard, and the eye bags under his eyes seemed to give away who he was. Nah, no sparkling vampires. All right. You're Florian, aren't you? Ugh, unfortunately. And you must be Sage. Last time I checked, yeah. Why are you here so late? It was the only train coming into town today. Didn't my aunt tell you I was coming? The same way she tells me anything. Vaguely. I didn't even know what you looked like. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Then we're even. God, you're exactly like your aunt. Great. I'll take that as a compliment. You shouldn't. Damn. I'm going to have fun bothering this man already. He's like Sean. No. Is it Sean? No. What's the guy from Stardew Valley? Shane. Not Sean. Shane. That the moment Shane was like, don't talk to me, I was immediately like, oh, well, now I have to make it my entire personality just to talk to you every day. Shane. I'm Sean. Yeah, sorry. Shh, all the shh names. Shane. Sean. Saoirse. I have a cousin. What are you doing here so late, by the way? Does my aunt really make you work this much overtime? No. I was just neatening up before you arrived. You just said you didn't know when I was getting here. What can I say? I just have an amazing work ethic or something. You're suspicious as all hell, but I respect it. Still, you should get some sleep. You look tired. Oh. Did she at least tell you about the living accommodations? Nope. She didn't give really any details as quickly I'm becoming aware. No shit. She really just left all this crap to me. I ought to quit. That'd teach her. But what would I do without you? We don't know each other, and we're not friends. You'd be fine. Damn. Then how about we be friends? I'm good. You can sleep upstairs, but it's a mess. Sylvie isn't known for her neatness. A mess is fine. I'm sure I'll fit right in. Whatever. Get some sleep, or don't. I'll be working here for a bit longer. Do you need some help? From someone who looks like they don't know which side of a mop to hold? Nah. It's the side with the sponge, right? I'm kidding. It's a joke. I know how to use a mop. You've probably been traveling all day. Just sleep. You almost sound like you care. I don't. I guess Sylvie didn't tell you anything about actually running the store either. Nope. She said you'd teach me. Like I'm some expert. I just watch the floors. Fine, I'll try to help tomorrow afternoon. Not in the morning? I don't do mornings. I wonder why. Gathering up your luggage, you stared up at the staircase. Why would I? What? That's just rude and just be like, carry my bags? No, get some sleep soon, alright? Don't stick around too much longer, alright? Get some sleep. Yeah, sure. Without another glance in your direction, Florian collected his drop box, then went back into the storage room. One step at a time, you dragged your suitcase up the stairs and into your new home for the next 3 months. Your aunt's upstairs apartment felt almost like a continuation of downstairs, like a quilt stitched together with mismatched memories. A half-read book with reading glasses resting atop the pages sat on the warm armchair. Tangled yarn as soft as clouds and as bright as spring blooms spilled from a basket. The table was set and waiting for you, expecting your company. It was almost like time was paused here, in a place where vintage clocks softly ticked in unison, mismatched mugs rested in cozy clusters, and the air smelled ever so faintly of lavender and old books. Yeah, And that wasn't to mention the abundance of potted plants that filled the room. It was as if a forest had crept in and decided to say. Just barely. Barely alive. Ah! I don't know where that just went. I lost it. Okay. You placed down your bags and grinned like a child who had just found a new secret hiding spot. The weight of the world and all of your previous worries seemed to melt away, even just a little bit. This was going to be a fun 3 months. You could already tell. Unpacking could wait for tomorrow. For now, you unzipped your suitcase and pulled out your pajamas, then got changed and settled into bed. The sheets were crisp and white, the pillows fluffed, and the gentle atmosphere of Willowmist slowly began to help you drift off to sleep. As you laid there, surrounded by the scent of linen, not your own, you swore for a moment you could feel someone watching you. But then you fell into a deep sleep, none the wiser. Uh-oh. Tuesday. I gotta watch how I say that. Because the one time I was joking and I was like, it's Tuesday, isn't it? And then here, lo and behold, literally, Jess pops up. And she just gave me like a little emote, a face of just like, And I was like, I'm so sorry. Please don't be mad. When your eyes fluttered open the next morning, a small amount of panic settled in your stomach. This wasn't your apartment. Aw, look at my cute jammies. I got a little sleeping red panda. Right, Willowmist, Aunt's place. Not back home anymore. That'll probably take a bit of getting used to. You looked out the window, where you could see sunlight cascading in from between the outstretched arms of trees. It still looked to be early, which was good. You wanted a chance to look around the store before Florian got back. Maybe you'd even be able to impress him? That seemed like a big maybe. You weren't sure, but he seemed like the difficult-to-impress type of guy. Well, you did like a challenge. You quickly dressed, then raided the kitchen for breakfast, which you found half-stocked with food. Your aunt left some fresh vegetables and fruit, and a few microwavable meals. They'd have to do for now. You'd find the grocery store another day. Hopefully. With a pear half-eaten in your hand, you made your way back downstairs. I like a lot of fruits. Pear is not one of them. I think pears have like a gritty texture to me, which is the same reason why I don't like corn tortillas. Like, I like flour tortillas, and I don't mind the taste of corn tortillas, but they have like a gritty texture, and so do pears. I'll eat apples all day long, but pears, not so much. The store had a different vibe during the day. It seemed almost whimsical, like the collection of some peculiar witch who decided a hoard of lampshades was better than herbs. You once again walked between the tables, noting that despite the clutter, everything was dust-free. Florian wasn't lying about cleaning at the very least. Ooh. Oh my god, that is ancient. and also does not have normal numbers. How? It's a crazy antique store. Walking up to the counter, you noticed a distinct lack of technology. There was no computer or electronic cash register there, only an old till that seemed to be an antique itself. All of the accounts looked to be handwritten in a journal that sat upright in a book stand next to it. Either your aunt had a fantastic accountant or was committing tax fraud. Or maybe both. Still, the lack of anything electronic didn't surprise you. Since you were a child, she always wrote you letters rather than email or text. She was a little old school, but that didn't bother you. If anything, receiving a handwritten letter was exciting to you. You didn't know anyone else growing up who got letters. Isn't that the truth? Do you guys remember? Well, maybe some of you don't remember, but like some of you that are older, do you remember like writing actual letters to people? And getting like letters in response? Now all I get in the mail is junk. And it's like, man, I would love to like write letters and get letters back and all that kind of stuff. It just seems so like more personal, you know what I mean? Not that texting or emails or anything like that are bad, but like handwritten letters, there's just something different about them. We're sending you this about your coin. Yeah, right? You get like this fancy... I got one the other day, and it was like... It looked like a handwritten letter, and it was so fancy and like nice looking that I was like, oh my gosh, like what is this? Because it didn't have a return to sender address. I opened it, and it was from like the local like electric company that was just like, oh hey, thanks for being part of like whatever. And I was like, man, I mean, whatever. What ad? I never got my got lucky? Or Saribot might be off. Except for people getting bills, but no one liked those letters. You understood that greatly now. It's for real. I don't really get bills through the mail. I get like one or two, but most of my bills are online too. So most of what I get in the mail is just promotional junk. I don't even read half of it. It just goes straight in the trash. Standing behind the counter and looking out towards the shop, you felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. This was your aunt's treasure, and she was leaving it to you. Well, for a few months, but that was beside the point. Alongside that sense of purpose was a small yet persistent reminder of just how insane this was. Dropping everything to move to a town you'd never even visited because of an aunt you hadn't seen since childhood? Oh, yeah, daunting. Anxiety-ridden. It was daunting, honestly. I can't imagine, like, my aunt... First off, I don't get along with my aunt. But even if I did, I can't imagine her, like, sending me a letter and I was like, hey, I run this shop. You know nothing about working a shop or owning one. Can you go watch mine for a few months? I'd be like, I will be a cashier, but that's about the best you're getting out of me. I'm not doing the rest of that because that's too much. I don't know that. I would run your business into the ground. You'd spent countless nights worrying that this was the wrong decision before deciding to just embrace it. I support a It was a knock at the door that pulled you out of your introspection. A very neat, crisp knock, if a knock could be neat and crisp. You could see a tall shadow on the other side of the door, but no details apart from that. Florian? You opened the door wide, curiously peering at the stranger on the other side, who looked you up and down, looked at his watch, then shook his head and walked past you and into the store. Look it! He's got black hair with a little pink streak. We're meant to be. Tall man with glasses. Hello. Hey. Well, I hope you're not about to tell me you're Florian. That'll make last night very strange for me. Florian? No, I'm not Mr. Westbrook. I apologize if that disappoints. My family are like... The mystery man put down his briefcase on the counter, then began pulling out paperwork and pens from within it. Oh god, we're getting audited! Not sure I've ever met a man that's actually used a briefcase before. I kinda dig it. I suppose I'll just have to wonder endlessly who exactly you are then? I do appreciate a mystery as much as the next person, but... right, it would be unlike Miss Marigold to leave you with any kind of instructions. He quickly pulled a business card out of his pocket. Emmett Finch, independent accountant at Finch Advisory. Oh, so we're not getting audited. Oh ho, you know someone's important when their name is part of a business. Maybe we ought to rebrand the store to Sage Emporium. Emmett, and you must be Sage. I'll admit I have heard very little of you, so we're starting out on equal footing. In short, I am your aunt's financial partner, her accountant, and now, by extension, yours for the time being. We have a lot to discuss regarding accounts, cash flow, and taxes. Such exciting topics for a Tuesday morning. You watched as he pushed up his glasses, then nodded. Any time is the perfect time to talk numbers. I appreciate working with someone like-minded in that regard. Oh shit, sir, we will not get along. What experience do you have running a business? I had a lemonade stand once. Honestly? None. If I'm going to be honest with you, absolutely none. Absolutely none. None. Zilch. Zero. Yes, I do know what none means. Understood. It seems my role will be a little more hands-on than in previous months. I will bill Miss Marigold for the extra time we need to get you up to speed. That sounds expensive. All the good things in life are. Oh, dang it! I was really gonna like this guy. Maybe he'll soften up. Quietly, watch him shuffle through his paperwork before pulling out one specific sheet of paper. I'll be frank with you, Miss Marigold's accounts are dire. Despite my protest, she makes little effort to remedy that fact. Sometimes I wonder whether she truly desires to own a business or not. Perhaps with you around we'll see some change. Perhaps we won't. Time will tell. Wow, thanks for the overwhelming support. With you on my side, I know I'm gonna knock it out of the park. I am supporting you. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. I am just not in the habit of giving false promises. At the very least, we will aim for Miss Marigold to not return to bankruptcy. Sounds like a plan to me. Return to bankruptcy? That tells me she's been in bankruptcy before. Is that why you ran? Did you run away to a different country to avoid your bills, my lovely aunt, and leave me with your failing business? I stopped by to have you sign a few forms. Though only temporary, I'd like to keep my affairs in order. Sign here, please. One by one, you signed each and every form Emmett handed to you. And boy, there were a lot of forms. Great, my hand's starting to ache. Stay strong, Sage. You can do this. I wonder what this guy's deal is anyway. Must be a local, right? Maybe this would be a good chance to try to make a friend. While you're here, can I ask you a few questions? Be my guest. I have a little extra time before my next appointment. How long have you worked with my aunt? It's been... He digs through his briefcase, nodding as his eyes scan the various documents. A year now, give or take a few weeks. How has it been? Satisfactory. Miss Marigold has had her accounts sorted, and I've been paid, so I believe that counts as a success. And how has she been to work with? Why do you ask? I haven't seen my aunt since I was a child. I was just wondering what she's like these days. She is fine enough to work with. Very memorable. That's all I'll say on the matter. Okay. Is there anything fun to do around town? Apart from doing taxes, that is. Look at this cutie. Look at this cutie. I love this. I love him. That depends on what you find fun. If you mean theme parks and musicals, then you're out of luck. If you enjoy hiking, dining, or live music, then there is plenty of that. I'm down to try new things. I wish you all the luck trying them on your own time. Are you a local? Do you live in Willowmist? Yes, my practice is located close to here. You'll find my address on the business card I gave you. Have you always lived here, or have I happened upon another wayward wanderer like myself? I've formed my practice here, yes. I mean you personally, not your practice. I don't see that it makes any difference. Emmett looked down at his watch before setting his eyes on the door. I'll stop by in a few days to go over paying your bills and keeping the lights on. Until then, keep your accounting in the journal at the counter, and I will assess it when I return. I just took photos. I'll try my best. Apologies if they're not quite up to the standard, but I'll have Florian here to help me, hopefully. Actually, are there any good breakfast places around here? My aunt left a few things, but I'd kill for a nice breakfast while I'm waiting. There's quite a few decent establishments. Well, are you hungry? We could grab a bite and have a mini tour of the town if you were up for it. You killed it, Sage. There's no way he can turn you down now. He's totally going to turn us down. Emmett adjusted his glasses again, his expression impassive. I knew it. Unfortunately, I'll have to pass. I'm paid for doing accounting, not for eating breakfast and tours. Have a good day, Mr. Marigold. The shock. Shocked Pikachu meme. Just like that, he gathered his briefcase and walked out the front door. Chiming bells, the only reminder he was there in the first place. Oh, look at his sad little face. Oh, my shadow pout. So cold. Aren't people from the countryside meant to be super welcoming? Meeting Florian, then Emmett seems a little harsh. Yeah, he's not had a nice welcome. He came here to help his aunt, and the only thing he's gotten so far is Florian, who's basically like, ugh. And then now Emmett, who's basically just like, numbers and accounting, that's all I care about in life. You need a friend, buddy. You spun back around to the doorway after hearing the bells, but found no one there. Strange. With a shrug, you found yourself turning back towards the store. It would still be a few hours until Florian turned up, so you decided you might as well familiar yourself with the items around the store while you waited. There is more to this game than just the story. I believe it is like a shop owner, kind of. But remember, this is just the demo, so we're just getting into it. You were surprised to find that a couple of hours barely scratched the surface when it came to inspecting the show floor. There was just so much stuff. And forget the amount of stuff, absolutely nothing had a price on it. Oh, fuck me. Even digging through the paperwork at the counter, you couldn't find any notes about the inventory or pricing. You were massaging your temples in stress when you heard the door chimes ringing again. Hi. Wow, he really doesn't want to get sunburnt. I wonder why. This is like the whole thing with Astarion, where you clearly can see he's pale, has like, doesn't he have red eyes? He's got the fangs, he's got 2 puncture marks in his neck that he doesn't even try to hide, and then later on in the game when he tries to suck your blood, it's like, oh, he's a vampire? Oh my god, how did I not know? And it's like, girl, how did you not know? Alright, we'll be blissfully ignorant for now. I like the getup. Thanks. I don't like the sun. I can see that much. He's got an uninterested vampire and a numbers guy. Like, ugh, why can't you understand my... Yeah, why don't you understand that numbers are the only thing that makes life even worth living? Which sucked, because I thought he was cool looking, and he even had the little pink stripe in his hair. Did you manage to get some sleep? I guess. Are you gonna ask me how I slept? If I have to. And if I said you did? How did you sleep? You couldn't sound less interested. Funny that. Well, I'll pretend like you actually care then. Surprisingly, I slept really well. The bed was super comfortable. How fascinating. I'm happy for you. Really. With a sigh, you watch Florian drop his satchel bag behind the counter before removing his various mismatched accessories. I don't suppose you worked out how to run the place while I was gone. Do you really think my aunt would make it so easy? She never does. Fine, I'll explain, but I'm only going to do this once. If you don't pay attention, I'm not repeating myself. Even if I say please? I'll ignore you. Pretty please? I'll ignore you even more. We buy things for cheap, then sell them for more. That's pretty much the gist of it. Wow, it's almost like business. And? And what? That's all you're gonna tell me? What else is there to tell you? That's how it works. I know how stores run, Florian. Then why am I bothering to explain it to you? You gotta give me more details than that or I'll run this place into the ground. Guess I do need this job. Fine. Buy stuff, sell it for more. Also, keep it clean or no one will want to come in. Right now, we're pretty much out of rubbish to sell, minus a few things I put behind the counter. What? I thought you were gonna listen to me. How could we nearly be out of stuff to sell? There's stuff everywhere. You watched him as he looked around the room, then shrugged. They're just your aunt's decorations. Excuse me? My aunt is a hoarder. If this is all stuff she's just keeping for herself. All of that is decoration? I guess. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just help out. That's crazy. How does anyone know what's for sale and what's for decoration? I don't know. Fine. It's all just for looks. I can deal with that. How much do I sell things for then? Whatever you want to sell them for? Hi, Perry! Hi, you, Perry! How would I know? I'm not an antique salesman. You better become one quick then if you don't want to go broke. God, what have I gotten myself into? His little pouty face is so cute. You've been a mess. I wouldn't take your job if my life depended on it. Just keep track of how much you buy shit for, that journal on the counter. You should be able to eyeball how much things are worth, but you'll get better as you go. Probably. You get pill bought. Alright. Let me see what we've got then. Checking behind the counter, you noticed a handful of small knickknacks. They weren't much compared to the rest of your aunt's decorations, but they'd have to do. How mad do you think she'd be if we sold all of her decorations? And be like, hey, we made a huge profit, but all your stuff is gone. Alright, well, now what? You're the boss. I like the sound of that. Are you going to call me Boss Sage? If I really have to talk to you, I'll probably just call you Sage. Wow. If you have to talk to me? He just shrugged. Fine, it's probably for the best anyway. You wouldn't want all this power to go to my head. He shrugged again, then found a broom and began to sweep up the already clean floor. There were already a few people hanging around outside, like they're waiting to talk to you or something. You're not a celebrity, are you? That's the last thing I could be bothered with. Look at this cute little pout face, you little grumpy Gus. Use liquid. I think isn't the liquid antibiotic? Isn't that like pink? Or am I thinking of a different liquid? I know Pepto-Bismol, but that's not the pink I mean. Last time I checked, my twatter. That's that's I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, that's I'm not sure how I feel about it being that instead of Twitter. I know obviously they can't use Twitter because, yeah. Right, okay, well this is an unfortunate word, but that's the way it is. Last time I checked, my Twitter account had 35 followers and most of them were bots. Dude, same. My Twitter account has mostly bots. But to be fair, I watch like 90% artists and stuff, so I'm not really... I should probably go through that at some point and clear those out. Probably not a celebrity then. Probably not, no. You walked towards the door, then flipped over the sign to open. Outside, the afternoon sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, hitting the cobblestone just right. The trees swayed gently in the light breeze, and the cool air carried a faint scent of pine and distant baking from a kitchen unseen. You breathed in deeply of that air for a moment, and it felt like an old friend stopping by to visit. Warm, comfortable. Hey, Florian? Florian? Huh. Oh, right. I forgot you were there. Wishful thinking, I guess. God damn, do you have to be so mean? I just got here. I'm gonna speak to you so much, you won't be able to forget me next time. Great. He looks so excited about that. Have you ever felt like you were being watched around the store, by the way? Watched? You're watching me right now. Does that count? No, I mean, well, it does, but not in this case. I mean watched when no one else is around. Not really. Not any more than is normal, I guess. There's a normal amount of feeling like you're being watched? In this town? Yeah, probably. Huh. I was wondering something, by the way. Did you grow up here? Yeah. Never chose to leave town? Nah, nothing out there worth seeing. Have you ever felt like being stuck in one place is like being in a cage? He paused at that, actually thinking. I guess the cage is pretty comfortable. I think that's why I came here, really. I wanted to help my aunt, of course, but look at these sad boys. Aww. Winds of change pulled me here. Pulls a lot of people here, I think. Really? Yeah, a lot of people who don't fit in anywhere else. Maybe that's why I'm here, then. I doubt it. You look like you'd fit in just fine. You're muttering. Don't worry about it. You got family? Other than your aunt, I mean? My mom, but her and my aunt are a little estranged. They haven't spoken in years. I have no clue why. Huh. Usually people can't resist her. Oh, she's popular like that? Look it! Are you kidding me? You can't see his mouth and see these? They're not hidden. What? No, I didn't mean... Do you have a crush on my Aunt Florian? No! You're blushing, though. It's not like that, really. I meant that she has a pull to her. She's annoying and nosy and probing, but she has a way with people. You can't help but get along with her. You seem a lot like her. That sounds like a pretty big compliment coming from you. What about you, anyway? Does your family live nearby? Maybe. They maybe live nearby? I don't see them anymore. Oh. I'm sorry for prying, then. Oh, I pried first. Did Florian give Sage an underhanded compliment saying he looks like he would just fit in fine? Probably. I mean, if he is a vampire, he probably feels like he doesn't fit in. And looking at somebody who, like, can go out in the sun, can converse, and do all this different stuff, probably might be a little jealous that he can fit in so easily anywhere he wants. Your eyes found the doorway. Oh, God. Your eyes found the doorway where a young girl of perhaps 14 or 15 stood, eyes on you curiously. You're not Granny Sylvie! Hi! Granny? She's not that old, is she? She's 14. If she's 14 or 15, yeah, anyone over the age of 30 is a granny. I don't know. She looks pretty old to me. I'm Sage. Granny Sylvie is my aunt. I'm just helping to run the place for a while. The girl studied you, crossing the room with a strange litheness to her movements. Standing before you like that, she leaned in close. Hi, I'm Vienna. Sometimes people call me Vivi. You look very interesting, you know? I like the way your nose joins your face, and your eyebrows are cool. Hi, Pablo. Welcome back. Well, thanks. I like your eyes. Do you have heterochromia, or are they contacts? They've always been this way, ever since they were. Hey, you sell things, right? Pretty things, cool things. It's my mom's birthday tomorrow. She likes pretty and cool things, since she's pretty and cool. Can I buy something for her here? Why don't you have a look around and see if anything catches your eye? You have eye catchers here? I'll be careful then. Just like that, she left you standing there slightly bewildered, while Florian had made his way away from the commotion. When his eyes met yours, he gave you a thumbs up and mouthed, "Nice nose." Wow. Your hand went up to your nose. Really? It was a nice nose. My niece is 4 and she comes up to me every now and again and told me I'm old. Like, come here, you little... Yep. Kids. They're lovingly honest. You walked behind the counter, then settled on the stool there while Vienna looked around the store. She examined... Hello, mouth, you want to work? She examined things very curiously. Her fingers often just hovered over the surface of objects without touching them, as if she were somehow feeling their energy. When she did pick something up, she would turn it around and around in her hands, tilting her head this way and that to see every single angle. Her mismatched eyes narrowed like she was looking at a difficult puzzle, when she was really examining a teapot. She held it up to the sunlight, despite the fact it was opaque, like it would reveal something hidden that no one else had ever noticed. Then she put it back down. Not exactly where it had been, but close enough that you didn't feel the need to correct her. The strangeness of it all brought a smile to your face somehow. After a morning with Emmett and Florian, she was something fresh. I had to start taking... Found anything? I can give you some suggestions, too, if you tell me a little about your mom. She's really good at finding things. Not just keys or socks, but things you didn't know you lost, like hope or patience. Yeah, she's good at finding those. Oh, she laughs at colors, too. Bright colors, happy ones. And her hands are always warm. That's interesting. I think maybe this? Ooh, a handmade shell necklace. We sold it for $7. Cool, I think she'll like this. She likes shells. They're so quiet. I bet it knows how to listen, too. Thanks for your help. You're cool. I barely did anything, but you're welcome. Hey, if you ever need anything else, we'll be here. Thanks. I think I'll come back again. Maybe on another day when the sun is shining. Or maybe not. Great. Get home safely, all right? I hope your mom likes the gift. Vienna waved towards you, then headed out the door with her purchase in her arms. Oh my god. What? Congrats on your first sale and all that. I hope they're all that exciting. Do you know her? Do I look like I know every single person in town? Honestly, no. You look like someone who would go out of their way not to know everyone in town. I mean, does she shop by the store often? Not that I've noticed. Maybe once or twice, but I don't know. I'm usually in the storeroom. Deal with customers. I can tell. You look like you need to get some more sunlight, mister. Like, never mind. No thanks. I burn easily. Same. You know, they sell things for that, you know. Sunscreen, aloe vera. Doesn't always work. I'll have you know, I have to use SPF 100 when I go outside. Because I burn that easy. I used to joke when I was a kid that I was a vampire. I used to tell my friends, like, that's why I burn so easily, because I'm actually a vampire. I cringe at my younger self. It was so dumb. Why do you care? And if I said I've fallen hopelessly in love with you? Sucks to suck. You shut up. Shut up, mister. I just get tanner as it gets nice weather out and I turn red like a lobster thrown in hot boiling water. I want to... You know what? Screw it. Let's say this. It's funny. And if I said I've fallen hopelessly in love with you at first sight? What? Look at his blush. And that I could get lost in your eyes for hours upon hours? You... That's complete nonsense. Yeah, it is. I'm just pulling your leg. What? We work together now, and we'll be for the next 3 months. I'm just looking out for you. Get used to me caring, alright? Yeah, sure, whatever. I didn't ask you to, though. Boy, you're so Casper-coded. The bell chiming for the second time that afternoon drew you both away from your conversation, and Florian used it as a chance to retreat back into the supposed storeroom. I started hiding. Oh, hello! Please tell me he's romanceable. Oh no, he likes my aunt! Shit! Beautiful Sylvie, apple of my eye, belle of my heart, would you do the greatest honor of... The man before you wore his long, wild hair back in a loose ponytail, and his shirt perhaps one button too far undone, depending on who you asked. He was down on one knee, as if about to serenade you with the world's most beautiful poetry. Or ask you to marry him. You are not Sylvie, I see, though I can see her genes a mile away. Just say you're an upgrade, and be like, I'm just like my Aunt Sylvie, I'm just a little younger. That's not a problem, right? It's Gale with silver fox mod skin. I don't know, this man's hot. Like... Look at you got the chest hair. I'm a sucker for long hair on men. Look at this. Look at this bod. Okay, sorry. You must be Sage. You watched him spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked, and walked forward to put a hand on your shoulder. I've heard so much about you, and even that is not enough. He reached out to shake your hand smoothly, his energy contagious. I'm sorry, I'd love to return the favor, but you are... Ah! So the lovely owner of this store hasn't yet had the chance to mention me. That sounds just like our Sylvie. Quinn Bakerland, are you a baker? At your service, occasional poet, full-time chef. Oh my god, this man just keeps getting better. And you and my aunt are... Ah! No. You misunderstand. Is she the most beautiful woman to ever grace this town? Yes, of course. Does my heart become a flutter when she walks into the room? Certainly, without a doubt. Do I fall to my knees each time she speaks my name? That should be obvious. Oh, dang it, he's so Twitter-pated. Body standards are BS. Proceeds to objectify muscles and hair. I'm not... Okay, hold on a minute. Hold the phone. I am a lover of all types. Sir? I enjoy... Okay. Shut up, Astarion. I know it's 2 o'clock. You're so used to... Shut up. Shut up, Papa. Okay, so here's the thing. I am a lover of all types. I like personality. I have dated... Well, first off, I've dated men. I've dated women. I have dated tall, skinny guys. I've dated short, skinny guys. I've dated tall, heavy-set men. I have dated short, heavy-set men. I have mostly no standards. Okay, that sounds terrible. No. When it comes to appearance, appearances are not what I go for. Like, yes, can I appreciate, like... I've also... Oh, that reminds me. Also, the one girl... I've dated 2 girls. One of them was, like, tiny, skinny little girl. The other one could literally lift me with one arm. And she did. And it was glorious. I have mostly no standard. No. But the thing of it is it's like... Of course, when I see someone, like, you can think of somebody like, oh, they're Why are you barking, dogs? Why are you barking? You look at somebody and you can be like, oh yeah, they're totally, like, attractive. Like, I'm attracted to, like, for instance, this man. I'm attracted to the long hair. I like the scrap. I like the beard. I like the body hair. I like the body. But, like, looking at the complete opposite, not as tall, thinner, that's still fine by me. Plus, listen to the way he speaks about Sylvie. Who doesn't want somebody who will speak of them that highly? Honestly. Anyway, moving on. Now I'm just embarrassed. Where was I? Your relationship to my aunt? Right. Yes, we are dear friends. Right. Friends. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Bakerland. Please, call me Quinn. Family to Sylvie is family to me. Quinn, then. Well, if we romanced you, that would make it really awkward if we're family. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but my aunt is actually out of town for the next few months. I'm just here helping while she's away. My heart shatters into a million pieces once more. Oh, come on! The ads they're just like, nah, they're untouchable. Who doesn't want a man that, like, you're gone for a little bit and he's just like, my heart shatters into a million pieces. Makes me want to tickle your feet. Okay. If you heard a guy talking like this in person, okay. I mean, if it was just a random dude that I didn't know, maybe. But, like, you know, if it was somebody that he says he's known, like, he's a family friend. So, I mean, bro, what are my dogs doing in the other room? It sounds like they probably are wrestling. I was like, it sounds like they're wrestling. They probably are. They're being doofies. You don't know. I don't know him. He's not saying this to me. I mean, he's saying it to me, but not about me. He's talking about my Aunt Sylvie. He's saying that because my Aunt Sylvie isn't here, his heart is shattering into a million pieces. I love a little struggle. But that hardly is your fault. I should not have ruined such a momentous occasion. I have never met any of Sylvie's family. You must be very special indeed. I wouldn't say that. Special? I don't think I'm particularly special. My grandparents have passed away. My mother and aunt are estranged. I'm really the only other family she has. And I can tell you are special to her. You would not be here if you were not. What did you want my aunt to have the honor of, then? Ah! This is most fortuitous. There is no one that could take our lovely Sylvie's place but you, of course. Are you fond of fine meals, beautiful atmospheres, and live music? Yes, yes, and yes. Divine. Look at his eyes! He's got the sparkle in his eyes. I love this man. I love this man. I have a restaurant. Oh my god, he did say he was a chef. I have a restaurant just off the main street. I have just created a new dish. I call it my Crimson Risotto. Roasted beets. Oh gosh, we're gonna get hungry now. Roasted beets, rich vegetable broth, a swirl of cream, and topped off with mushrooms. Ah, my mouth salivates at the thought. Please, would you do me the honor of sampling my new dish? Who am I to turn down a meal? Delightful! Ah, but I need some time to prepare. Tomorrow night, I will astonish you with the finest food in Willowmist or beyond. And before I forget, welcome to town, Sage. There's no place like it. You'll be calling it home before you even realize it. Thanks, Quinn. I appreciate the warm welcome. And warmer it will get once you taste my cooking. I must depart immediately to prepare. Please, await tomorrow evening with as much anticipation as you would give it your bath, as you would... words. Please await tomorrow evening with as much anticipation as you would give your birthday. With the heartiest laugh you've ever heard, Quinn left the store with a grin that nearly went from ear to ear. Oh no, what did you clip? Oh no, I've said so many stupid things. Oh shit, it's past 2. The soft, near-evening sunlight drifted through the doorway as he left. Pulling out your phone, you noted the time. 5:03 p.m. Ah, shit. You scrambled to pull up your texts, where you could see nearly a dozen left by your mother, to the tune of, "Did you arrive safely?" and "Oh my god, you're dead." Sorry, Mom. I'm here. I'm alive. I just got caught up in everything. I'm totally fine. Sage! Dear Lord above, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was this close to getting on a train there myself. Maybe I should have waited a little longer to text then. Not funny. I know. Really, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay, my baby. Totally okay. Met a few new people already, and everyone, well, mostly everyone is super friendly. I think. Honestly, I've barely left the store yet. You know, I haven't painted in years. Maybe you just lack the right muse? Anyway, I need to close up the store now. Alright, text me if anything happens, okay? Yes, Mom. Love you. You flipped a sign on the door over to closed as Florian re-entered the room. You miss all the fun staying holed up in that storeroom. I don't really care. I prefer it that way. So antisocial. Well, I guess I can understand in a way. Well, you do. Well, you do you. I'm gonna go upstairs and start unpacking. You don't have to stick around all night, you know. It's fine. I start late, then I stay late. Why not just start earlier, then? I just prefer it this way. It's quieter. Well, alright. I don't mind, really. Get home safely, okay? Sure. Maybe. Leaving Florian to his work, you headed back upstairs. So, I thought I had to leave at 2, but now I don't have to leave at 2, so now we can just finish out the demo. And then what'll probably happen is well, as long as the demo's not like super, super long, I'll probably finish the demo and then take a little break and then come back later tonight and play some more Minecraft because apparently I'm obsessed with that game right now. And we have our black wolf finally. Right. Piece by piece, you unpacked your belongings slowly. It wouldn't do you any good to spend the next 3 months living out of your suitcase. If you're gonna live here, you're gonna do it right. Still, you felt almost reluctant to disturb the quiet rhythm of the room at first. Your aunt had turned this space into a home, and gradually you were adding to it, making it become something more. Hopefully, something even better. Each time you pulled from your suitcase, a soft sweater for the winter here, a stack of well worn books there, found its place amongst your aunt's belongings, like thread woven into someone else's fabric. A framed photograph of your aunt, much younger and standing in front of the store, sat nestled beside a ceramic teacup, its handle chipped but cherished. You placed your own picture frame carefully next to it, unsure if it would fit. It somehow felt right, like a new memory slipping into an old album. You pulled out more of your treasures, a glass vial of sea glass you'd collected with your mom, and a well worn notebook that smelled faintly of ink, and your laptop, which you placed on the desk. As you slid your clothes into the chest of drawers, you noticed that the sun had long since settled over the horizon. Packing had seemed so quick. Unpacking was another beast entirely. You found your way over to the window, hands full with a pair of tall pink glasses you'd given all the way back on your 18th birthday, then lingered there, feeling the cool night breeze wash over your skin. The soft glow of the full moon was already casting its silvery light through your room, and in the distance you could see the mountains that loomed like gentle giants, their peaks softened by a veil of mist that curled around them in a dreamlike pattern. Here and there you could see faint trails of smoke rising from chimneys, fading lazily into the sky, but mostly everything outside was still. You turned away from the window, suddenly feeling that familiar feeling of being watched again, and in the corner of the room you saw it. Something. A person, perhaps, floating a foot off the ground, head tilted to the side as if it were too heavy to carry, staring at you with wide eyes. What in the ever-loving hell is... Your time is near. You can't hide from me any longer. Oh shit. The pair of glasses in your hand instantly fell from your grip, smashing on the wooden floor. Shards went in every direction. Oh shit. Your eyes snapped back up in search of the person, but found the space she had occupied now empty. Am I not getting enough sleep or something? Yeah, maybe. Because I do use Mix It Up. Mix It Up is what I use for, like, the petting of the head and nose and stuff like that. Because I didn't know you could set it up just straight through VTube Studio. Maybe I should fix that, because then I won't have to run Mix It Up also. You knelt down, inspecting the damage. One glass had survived, luckily, so you collected that quickly and put it aside. The other one hadn't fared so well, though was in mostly large pieces. Grimacing, you slowly picked up and disposed of each piece. Ouch! And just your luck, the final one was the one that cut you. You quickly disposed of it, then cleaned your wound, but couldn't find a first aid kit anywhere in the room. Oh, are we gonna go downstairs when Florian's down there and find out he's a vampire because he's gonna be all obsessed because we cut ourselves? I don't. I don't have entrance sounds like Kay does. I'm not. I'm not as clever with that, or have the editing skills that he does. Maybe there's one downstairs in the storeroom. Florian, are you still here? I could kind of use your help if you are. What is it? I'm not paid to help you with personal stuff, you know. He walked out of the storm room, arms crossed. Something really weird just happened. I swear I saw someone in my room. She spoke to me. Then I kind of dropped a glass and got cut. It's not that bad, but I could use a band-aid if we have any. All the color dropped out of Florian's face in a moment. He stared at you with wide open eyes, mouth open slightly, yet no words escaped. You're... It's not that bad, is it? He almost looked like he was going to be sick as he charged out of the front door, leaving you staring out towards him in disbelief. Wait, Florian? A tiny drop of blood dripped to the ground. I guess I'll find it myself? It didn't take you long to find the first aid kit. Your aunt had decided to forego the usual plastic box with a cross on it and instead had picked out an old wooden chest. It was a little scuffed and weathered, with brass hinges that creaked when you opened it, but it was very much fully stocked. Yeah, 100% a vampire. As if the teeth didn't give it away the moment he opened his mouth. You found bandages in all sizes, neatly rolled gauze, and adhesive strips in patterns ranging from plain beige to princess and knights. You also noticed a few others, slightly more eccentric additions. A small vial of silver dust labeled for curses, a flask of dark red liquid labeled emergency F only. Oh, it's blood for Florian. A broken mirror, which you made sure not to touch, with a note attached that read, "For illusions or lies." There was also more of what you had expected to see, herbs, powders, and other natural remedies. Your aunt was into that kind of stuff, after all. You pulled out a plaster and quickly stuck it to your hand, but fortunately the bleeding had already stopped. It wasn't much worse than a scratch, luckily. Yeah. I see, knowing that Florian is a vampire, I don't think we should look for him because it would only make things harder for him. But my character seems to not understand that, and I feel like they would be concerned as to why he ran. Especially since he looked like he was going to quick save. Yeah, you know what? I forget that that's a thing. I think we should look for Florian. I think if we didn't know he was a vampire and he just looked sick all of a sudden and ran, I feel like we would be concerned. You opened the door and poked your head out, searching the mostly darkened streets for Florian's figure. No matter where you looked, though, you couldn't see him. It seemed he didn't just step outside. He was gone. I didn't mean to upset him. I'll have to apologize tomorrow. Giving up for the night, you headed back upstairs and into your room, then settled into bed. Just like that, you fell asleep, surrounded once again by the unfamiliar scent of the store. Bro, if I saw a ghost upstairs in my bedroom, I would not be sleeping up there. You're out of your mind. I would find anywhere else to sleep. Oof. Your eyes shot open to the sound of someone banging on the door downstairs. With bleary sight, you looked towards your phone. 6:04 a.m. Not Florian, then. Ugh, I'm getting up. Go down in his jammies. The banging on the door continued. It got louder the closer you became. Stranger, too, because it sounded less like someone's fist and more like a hunk of metal. I'm coming! No need to break the door down! Dude, for real. He needs a little stuffed panda. My liege. Oh, wait. I need to find out. Oh, wait. Okay. My liege, I humbly kneel before you as both protector and servant. From this day forth, my life is yours to command. I, Dame Lucille del Rosario of the Order of the Crown, do hereby swear an oath upon my honor and my blade. No harm shall come to you while I yet draw breath. Your enemies shall be mine, your struggles mine to shoulder. What the hell? The mysterious knight lifted her head, looking directly towards you. You thought. It's hard to tell with the whole helmet thing going on. Wait till I find out the ghost feet. And they float. It's easier for you to get to her. Even if it shall cost me my life, I shall stand by your side. I ask for nothing in return but the chance to serve a worthy cause. By my oath, I shall be your steadfast shield and your loyal sword. Maybe she's a LARPer. I think you have the wrong person. I appreciate it, but, I think you might have the wrong person. Nay, my liege, fate itself has brought the two of us together. Who else could it be but you? The suit of armor rises, straightening out to stand taller than you. I think I might still be a little confused. I understand. Trust does not come easily. Please, rest easy, my liege, for I shall prove myself worthy of your trust. Okay, hold on a second. First of all, please just call me Sage. I'm afraid I cannot, my liege, for that would be improper. Please? Oh, his sad little pouty face gets me every time. If you wish it, then I will make it so, Sage. Thank God. Keep calling me my liege and it's gonna awaken something in me. Oh my God! Okay, good. Now, what's with the whole getup? Get up. The armor? My deepest apologies. It was not my intent to arrive here underdressed. I beg you for goodness. What do you mean underdressed? You're in a full suit of armor. Kinky. This set is hardly more than ceremonial. Lady Sylvie gifted it to me as a gesture of goodwill, and I wear it with pride. Alas, it is ill-suited for the trials of battle. A fine display, to be sure, yet lacking the weight and reinforcement required of true combat gear. Lady Sylvie deemed my true armor too imposing for daily wear. Intimidating, I believe she said. Rest assured, should the need for battle arise, I shall be ready. The armor gifted by Lady Sylvie may shine with splendor, but my true steel lies close at hand, prepared to serve. You know my aunt? One moment. The knight tilted her head slightly, then reached up to pull the helmet free from her head. You get to see what she looks like. For a moment, her face was obscured by the shadows of the morning light, but then she shook her head. You watched on in amazement as waist-long hair tumbled free in soft waves, brushing over the polished shoulders of her armor, framing a serene, resolute face. Her eyes met yours, clear and steady. Holy shit, where did all that hair come from? Yeah, for real, having all of that pushed into your helmet? That'd gotta be uncomfortable. I feel like there's so much to unpack here. Please, forgive the dramatic display, Sage. Helmets do little to flatter, but duty requires practicality, even at the cost of appearance. To answer your previous question, before making your acquaintance, I was in service to Lady Sylvie. With your arrival, it passes on to you. Do not fret. I will not stand in your way. You will hardly know I am here, but while you are in this town, I will protect you and this store with my life. I'm not really sure that'll be necessary, but thank you. I am but a humble servant. Your thanks is kind, though unnecessary. You watch as Lucille, now helmetless, takes her place beside the doorway, sword strapped to her hip. I must also beg your forgiveness for not being present upon your arrival. I have had troubles with one of the contraptions in my place of living, what Lady Sylvie calls my apartment. A contraption? Yes, a magical device that produces water as if from thin air. I believe a curse was put on it, and water began to flood as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, a sorcerer removed the curse, and now it works as intended. Does she mean her sink broke? So, okay. Yeah, sorry. I fucked up. You work with my aunt, but your sink broke yesterday, so you couldn't come to greet me? That is correct, indeed. So you live nearby? Yes, though I am not originally from this town. Oh, me either. We have something in common. I hail from the kingdom of Valind, which was once present in these lands. Never mind. I see that you are still in your night clothes. Do you require help in dressing? Huh? Are you offering to undress me right now? I believe that getting dressed requires one to be first undressed, yes. You need not question my intentions. They are entirely pure. I only wish to serve. It's too early for this. I think I'll be okay. I'll go get dressed and come back in a minute. Please, take all the time you need, my sage. I will guard the store in your absence. He gave too quickly on that we have something in common. I don't think they have as much in common as Sage thinks they do. I think this person is from a completely other timeline. Lucille took her helmet back from where she'd put it aside, then slid it back into place. There's someone claiming to be a knight standing in my store, and for some reason I feel like the strange one right now. You head back upstairs. Slipping off your pajamas, you shook your head. You'd never met a knight before. You're beginning to feel like maybe this was all one long, extended dream. To be honest, I kind of dig it, though. I did want things to be different, right? Can't get more different than a knight waking you up at 6 in the morning and pledging allegiance to you. Alternative parallel universe, yeah. There's some mysticism going on here. Some shenanigans, as some might say. Lucille still stood by the door, posture perfect. She almost looked like one of the antiques on display. How's keeping order going? Sage. No one intruded on your establishment while you were absent. I remain vigilant. Thanks, Lucille. Keep up the good work. I guess I'll just get to it? Let's see what to do today. Oh, okay. How pricing works. Each item in your inventory has a hidden value range. Your job is to pick a price within that range. At first, pricing might feel like guesswork, but you'll get better as you go. Will I? Your smarts skill helps you estimate prices more accurately. When your smarts is low, oh damn, my smarts is real low, you'll only have a rough idea of what something is worth. As smarts increases, your valuation gets sharper, making it easier to spot a good deal and avoid overpricing. Items come in different quality levels: poor, normal, good, or perfect. Higher quality items fetch higher prices. Set and adjust prices before each shift. See how customers respond to your prices. Learn from the results and adjust prices for next time. Oh, God. Oh. So, man the store in the morning and then clean the store at night? Wait, yeah. It's time for a fresh start. $80 bills. Florian, nap, please. So it's a sunny day on a Wednesday. God help me, I'm so bad at this kind of stuff. The store was quiet when you knelt down behind the counter, sorting out the various papers and knickknacks stored underneath. And boy, there was a lot of papers and knickknacks. Your aunt was nearly on the level of a hoarder, I called it. She had receipts stored away from 2 decades ago, brochures for long-closed restaurants, and enough loose screws to build a small airplane. How could you even mass this much stuff? You pulled out a stack of magazines, again some decades old, and began to categorize and sort them. Before your eye caught a small, unlabeled white envelope between the pages. You removed it carefully, noting how pristine it looked. It certainly wasn't as old as all the other junk she'd kept behind the register. Flipping it over, you noticed it was also unsealed. Huh. If it's not addressed to anyone, I guess it's fair game. Curiosity got the better of you, and you sat down on the stool and opened the envelope, pulling out a crisp sheet of paper from within. The handwriting was instantly familiar. Neat, sweeping strokes, each word pressed with the kind of confidence only your aunt seemed to have. Still, there were a few faint marks of hesitation. A word scratched out here, a sentence started and abandoned there. Unusual for her. You smoothed the page and began to read, putting aside any guilt over your nosiness. To my dear Quinn. I am writing this with ink far too smudgy for my taste and on paper that deserves better than my restless scratching, but perhaps that is fitting. For you are one of the few people I know who can take scraps and turn them into something whole. A half-empty cupboard becomes a feast. A half-thought phrase becomes poetry. A half-hearted day becomes bearable. Oh my God, her and Quinn. Oh! I am leaving Willowmist for a time. Do not fret, it is not forever. You would, of course. You always worry more than you say. I will return, of course. I always do. When I do, I hope you will forgive me for slipping away without saying goodbye. You deserve so much better than vanishing acts and riddles. I should have told you this in person. I nearly did, standing outside the Silver Oak with words right on the edge of my tongue, but I could not bring myself to. Not because I do not trust you, Quinn, but because I trust you too much. You would look at me with those foolishly kind eyes of yours and ask me to stay, and I might have. I cannot afford that weakness, not right now. There are important matters only I can attend to that cannot wait a moment longer. Take care of yourself, Quinn, and please don't forget to eat something other than your own cooking now and then. Even chefs need looking after. Yours always, Sylvie. Oh. You sat frozen for a long moment, the words hanging heavy in the air around you. It wasn't like the other letters she'd left behind for you. This one felt different, softer, more vulnerable, and it hadn't even been sealed, let alone delivered. Why had she hidden it away here? Why never send it at all? Auntie, you're more complicated than I gave you credit for. You carefully slid the letter back into the envelope, leaving it no worse off than when it had started. You could easily have slipped it back between the magazines to remain hidden forever. It wasn't your place. But something stopped you, and you instead stood up and headed towards the door. We're gonna go give it to him, aren't we? Yes! The silver oak was alive. Oh, this is beautiful. Silver oak was alive with light and sound, even in the middle of the day. The air smelled of herbs and roasted garlic, underscored by the sweetness of something caramelizing slowly in the oven. It was the kind of smell that made your stomach growl no matter how recently you'd eaten. Several patrons lingered despite the hour, sipping drinks in the garden or eating a meal. It didn't take you long to spot Quinn a few tables down. He was moving gracefully between patrons, balancing 3 plates at once and a full glass of wine, and talking animatedly to his customers. Your eyes met, and nearly instantly he was by your side, face beaming. Ah, my newest and most radiant customer. No, my newest friend. My newest confidant. My newest partner in culinary crime. He swept into a dramatic bow, somehow without spilling a drop of the wine he carried. His hair spilled forward over his shoulder like a curtain of dark silk. Tell me you are here to dine, to taste the wonders of my kitchen, to bask in the company of Willowmist's fine oak. Actually, I came because I found something of yours. Something of mine? A lost trinket? A misplaced poem? My dignity, perhaps? Man, I love this man. Sylvie, if you do not treat this man right, I will take him from you. I've been searching for that one for years. You held out the envelope. Quinn's hand stilled before he reached it. His gaze lingered on it, recognition flickering instantly across his features, as if he could tell who had written it from the lack of a name on the front. For a moment, the noise of the restaurant seemed to fade around him. He took the letter slowly, almost reverently, as though it might vanish if he moved too quickly. Sylvie's hand. He spoke the words softly, as if testing them. His thumb brushed the edge of the letter, and he let out a small, shaky laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. For me. She never gave this to me. His eyes scanned the first few lines. His smile faltered. Whatever flamboyant quip had been waiting on his tongue shriveled into silence. Ah. With a quiet exhale, Quinn tucked the letter back into the envelope and slipped it against his chest. His usual energy was still there, but muted like a fire burning low. Thank you, Sage, for bringing this to me. His voice caught, and he cleared his throat, forcing a grin back onto his face. I owe you a meal. No arguments, the finest thing you've ever tasted, and then some. Consider it payment for your noble service as courier of forgotten words. You don't have to... but I must. If I did not, the very foundations of the Silver Oak would crumble, and then where would Willowmist be? Hungry, despairing, devoid of risotto. The grin was convincing, but not quite enough to hide the heaviness in his eyes. Still, he clapped you warmly on the shoulder, his voice booming again to cover the crack in his armor. Do you know why she didn't give this to you? Hold on. Yelling at my dog. She's just, I hear them wrestling in there. She's getting a little, I've got a bigger dog and a little dog, and she's getting a little a little too growly. Six hours. Isn't that, but that's a good thing though sometimes. When you get lost in a game because it's just too good. Well, I could guess, but Sylvie has always been a storm. You can predict the thunder, never the lightning. But enough of my melancholy. I will not let you carry my burdens when you already carry the store. No, this letter is a gift in its own way. A reminder that she thought of me, and for that my heart is lighter, not heavier. Now, how about that meal, I love this man. Another day. I'm actually meant to be minding the store. My deepest apologies for stealing you away for so long, then. How terrible of me. Terrible indeed. Have a lovely day, my dear. And thank you. Oh, Quinn. With that, you turned to leave. You glanced back over your shoulder and saw him staring down at the letter, a small wistful smile on his lips. Wait, can we actually romance Quinn? But wait, he's supposed to be with Sylvie. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to romance Quinn, because him and Sylvie. Oh, I don't know. Okay. Okay. I have a vintage stuffed rabbit, owl plate, and Christmas bells. Okay, so The normal price is between $2 and $35. So we're going to say the price is $20. You stare at stairs back. Who will win the staring competition? Probably not haunted. Okay. 6 and 87. So let's say 55. I'm trying to like middle ground it. You can do it. I believe in you. Christmas bells brooch. Wearing this, it can be Christmas all year round. Those look fancy. We're going to say those are 35. We're going to put those a little bit higher. And we'll see if we sell anything today. I don't have any... Oh, okay. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. Emmett! Hello, Mr. Marigold. I trust your day as well. Welcome! Vintage stuffed rabbit has more charm than I'd like to admit. Fair enough, I'll buy it. Thanks, Emmett! I sold a rabbit. Until our next appointment. Oh, God, if he wasn't just so... Like, I get it. Like, he's supposed to be the nerdy type because he's an accountant. He's all about numbers. But the fact that he was like, you know, that's the only important thing, we'll soften him up. Because look it. We almost have similar hair. He just needs a little stripe of green. See you next time. Great minds think alike. Customer leaves the store. Hi, not Granny Sylvie. Welcome. Owlplate looks like it has a sense of humor. I like it. Could I pay 18? Oof. That's, I mean, it could be, I don't know. That seems really low when it could be 87. Oh, am I going to get my ass handed to me in this? We'll say 30. How about 30? I'll wish really hard for more coins, but it might take a while. This was fun. See you next time. Oh, damn. 'Tis a much finer day with your company in its age. Welcome. I will leave without purchase, but not without inspiration. Oh, damn. Did I price stuff too high? Wait. Until next time, may your day be seasoned with joy. Ow! I moved my arm too much. You saw 3 customers today, but no one else is coming in now. Shoot. Is everything priced too high? I did. I sold a rabbit to the guy who's obsessed with numbers. The door chime rang as someone, clad in protective gear, once again entered the store. You look down at your watch. 11:58 a.m. Perfect time for a break. Morning. Sir Florian, one can hardly call it morning any longer. Do the morning sun's rays offend you so grievously you cannot bring yourself to join us until they have waned? Lucille crossed her arms, the distinct sound of metal scraping against metal. She looked menacing like that with her helmet still on. Florian just shrugged. Didn't seem he found her menacing at all. Yeah, nice to see you too. I don't know why you're acting all surprised. I've always started in the afternoon. Look at them both, covered from head to toe. A knight rises with the dawn, ready to meet the day's challenges head on. Yet you appear content to let half the battle pass you by. I'll leave the knight shit for the night, if that's all right. Lucille placed her hands on her hips, tilting her helmet-covered head slightly as if considering him. Do you not feel some obligation to lend your strength to the morning's labors? The store requires diligence at all hours, not merely those convenient to you. Lucky you're here, then. I don't do mornings. If Sylvie doesn't care, I don't know why you do. Very well. If your current arrangement serves the store well, I shall not press further. But do consider that your efforts, no matter the hour, reflect your honor and dedication to this establishment. I don't think mopping floors is all that honorable, but sure, whatever. Honor comes with every job, Sir Florian. Whether one wields a blade or arranges wares, it is the spirit in which the task is performed that matters most. Do carry on, then. But know that the dawn is a most inspiring sight, should you ever choose to witness it. What? What? I have no ads. I'm magic. Magic man. Yeah, I know. Maybe one day. Good. I trust we shall work together most admirably today. When Lucille went back to standing by the door, he used the opportunity to catch Florian by the wrist and pull him aside. Florian! He pulled his wrist away from you, eyes on the ground. Ah, right. I forgot about last night. We'll cross that bridge when I've dealt with the elephant in the room. I'm guessing you've met Lucille before? Hard not to, seeing as she's always here. I feel kind of bad for Sage. He's got people that hate him and then very eccentric people. And then there's Quinn, who's a delight. Maybe you can explain to me why there's someone in a full suit of armor in our store then, please? Trust me, that's not her full suit of armor. You should have seen her when she first turned up. Sylvie hired her a few months back. My aunt did... Yeah. That's what she does. She takes in strays. You really don't need an armored guard for an antique store, but she got the job anyway. Guess it gives her something to do. Why does she think she's a knight? Because she is one, apparently. I don't know, she looks like a knight to me. How could she be a knight? She has a sword? Is that the only requirement for knighthood? Okay, fine. She has a sword. Can't argue with that. Listen, about last night, Florian looked back down to the ground again, avoiding eye contact for a few moments before sighing and looking back to you. I'm scared of blood. Huh? That's all it was. I was surprised. Sorry. You should have said something. I wasn't trying to scare you. No, forget that. I apologize. I should have dealt with it myself. Come here. Florian grabbed you by the wrist. It was a light touch. He was careful not to hurt you as he pulled you towards the counter. Yeah, scared. Scared of what he might do, more like. Then he left you for a moment, before returning with the same first aid kit you used yesterday. Have you procured an injury, Sir Florian? Shall I fetch a physician? No, I've got it handled. I'm fine, Florian. It's a tiny cut. I already fixed it up. You're supposed to change it twice a day. Is that true? If you get a cut, are you supposed to change the Band-Aid twice a day? Damn, I leave that. I am? So it heals properly? Huh. I didn't know that. I guess I'll just sit down. He dug through the wooden box, pulling out some antiseptic and a new bandage. You really don't need to... I should be able to do this much. I have to. Sylvie said I should do shit like this. At that, you shut your mouth. Florian looked so serious in that moment, like this was about more than just a band-aid. He sat you down on the edge of the counter, then peeled away your old bandage after putting on a pair of disposable gloves. Florian grimaced, almost putting up his nose at the sight of your cut, which really wasn't too bad at all. Lucky it also didn't hurt. You sat there quietly as he performed his tasks like a ritual, putting the antiseptic on your cut, which stung like a bitch, then covering it again with an adhesive bandage. Thanks, Florian. It's not a big deal. Then why does it feel like one? I really did see someone in my room last night. Whoever she was, she disappeared when I broke my glass. Well, I don't know, maybe the place is haunted. You think? Or maybe you just imagined it. Anyway, I gotta get to work. Right, yeah, work. Thanks again, Florian. Florian! Just the man I wanted to see. I think I'm gonna go back in the storeroom. Wait! What do you want now? Anyone would think you're being forced to be here with that attitude. Look. You pointed up into the corner of the room, and your enemy looked back at you. A large, very beautiful, but very abandoned spiderweb. What about it? I'm trying to clean up the place a bit, but I can't reach it. I thought you could give me a hand? What do you expect me to do about it? I'm not any taller than you are. I thought maybe you could point me in the direction of a ladder or something. Or you could sit on my shoulders. the dramatic eye roll. I love it. I'm kidding. Kind of. Maybe. Oh, well, there you go. 24 to 48 hours. That's not bad. I think Sylvie sold the ladder as an antique to someone passing through town a while back. Was it antique? Fuck if I know. Looked like a normal ladder. So my aunt swindled them. Isn't that part of being a businesswoman? Wait, why are you writing something down? Step 2 on my plan to become a successful business owner. Learn how to swindle. Anyway, that really doesn't help me with the problem at hand. With a sigh, Florian knelt down in front of you. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to get married yet. Just get on my shoulders. All right. Let's see here. You swung your leg over his shoulder and carefully lowered yourself down, holding onto him for balance. Are you sure you're strong enough to... He stood up without a single wobble, as if your weight meant nothing. Okay, this works. Just make it quick. I'm not paid enough for this shit. He reached up, duster in hand, and tried to knock the webs down. I get to roll a dice? I get to roll a dice! Uh-oh. A minute later, Florian set you back down on the floor. Oh, I did get it. Are you happy now? You're stronger than you look, you know. You know that? You should let me ride on your shoulders more often. I'm going back to work now. Hey, this was work too. You called after him, but he was already gone. You looked back to the ceiling and noticed a few extra stray pieces of cobweb you missed. Oh well. Store cleanliness has increased. As the sun crested the horizon and day slowly began to turn into night, you turned your open sign to closed. Whew, another day down. It was pretty busy today. Yeah, I guess. Some days are like that. Other days we're just twiddling our thumbs until we can go home. Frankly, that's more like what I was expecting. I thought an antique store in the countryside wouldn't have a lot of activity. Would an antique store in the city have any more activity? Maybe. Antiques and thrifting and stuff are pretty popular these days. I always thought it was only old people who liked antiques. What, you don't like them? Looks like a load of junk to me. Junk? You should not say such things, Sir Florian. I really wish you'd just call me Florian. Lady Sylvie has spent her lifetime curating this collection of fascinating oddities. It would do you well to hold your tongue if it only spits distaste. Oddities is one word for all this crap. I mean, you do you, but is there a reason you work here if you don't care about the store? I care about the store and the owner. I don't care about antiques. Your aunt helped me through some shit. Gave me this job when I had nowhere else to go. I appreciate that. Doesn't mean I have to be into used lampshades and rusty axes. Well, I guess that makes sense. Speaking of it being busy, though, how do I go about finding more things to sell? We'll run out soon enough unless I start pillaging the decorations. I don't know, go steal from someone's trash can. Do I look like a raccoon to you? Do you really want me to answer that? I do not think you look like a raccoon, Sage. Mayhaps you have more qualities similar to a red panda. Your red coat is divine. Thanks, Lucille. I'm glad someone here appreciates me. For some reason, a dice made my mind be like, I don't like it. One is a die and more it's some dice. Yeah. Like geese and geeses, moose and mooses, mices and mices. Your aunt had a few different avenues for her junk, I think. I don't really know the specifics. She doesn't have an attic filled with it, though. You can pick through that. Might find something. Or you might find nothing. That seems more likely. Oh, an attic? Yeah, Sylvie's been meaning to sort it out for ages. If you get injured trying to work through the mess, it won't be my problem, though. I can dig out the key and show you tomorrow. Thanks, that sounds great. At the moment, your stomach let out a low grumble. Oh, right! Do you guys know Quinn? The chef guy? Yeah, I guess. You couldn't sound less interested. Florian rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. It's because he doesn't eat regular food because he's a vampire! He's nice or whatever. We just don't get along. I don't know, I guess we're too different of people or something. Sir Quinn is an excellent cook who makes feasts fit for royalty. Lady Sylvie did well in seeking his companionship. Companionship? Interesting. He invited me to his restaurant to try a new recipe tonight. I nearly forgot about it. Have fun with that. Aw, not even a little bit interested? I'm not hungry. I got work to do anyway. What, sweeping the floors you've been sweeping all day? It'll be fun. For you, maybe. Anyways, bye. Have fun or whatever. At that, Florian left the room. Lucille? I would be honored, Sage. In truth, I had already considered offering to accompany you, should you require a guardian for the evening. It is only fitting that I ensure your safety, even over a meal. Oh, that's a weird sensation. Ah! Do you guys ever get that, where all of a sudden your ear, like, one or the other ear just stops being able to hear, and all you hear is, like, that real high-pitched, like, ringing? I think it's tinnitus. I don't know. I've never had that happen where I had my headphones on, so that was a first, and very uncomfortable. It's just a dinner. I don't think I need a guard. Just a friend, if that's all right with you. A knight's duty is not bound by circumstance. Whether it be a dinner or a battle, I would gladly be your shield. But a friend, indeed. I would enjoy the company. Oh, look at her blushing. Perfect. I still haven't managed to take a look around town, so having a guide will save me from getting too lost. Sir Florian has not offered to show you around the settlement? Truly? Well, then please, allow me to escort you through the town and show you its finest landmarks. No harm shall come to you while I am by your side. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's make a whole night of it. We're going on a date. A night of it? I meant, sure. A night of it. The town of Willowmist glowed softly under the moon as you and Lucille stepped out onto the main street. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faintest hint of blooming jasmine and the earthy scent of the forest just beyond the town's edge. Somewhere, a distant clock chimed the hour, its tones mellow and unhurried. You couldn't help but think that time seemed to feel slower here. There really was no need to rush, was there? 'Tis a brilliant night for a stroll. Though the weather has begun to cool off, remnants of autumn still remain. One requirement, take off the armor. Yeah, right? She's got to be like... I can't imagine how cool she would look in like normal clothes. Although I do like the armor. The armor's pretty sick. Leaves crunched under both of your footfalls pleasantly, singing farewell to their passing season. So, Lucille, how long have you lived in Willowmist? I believe it has been around 3 months now, give or take. Wow, that's very recent. What brought you to town? It is a long and peculiar tale, Sage. One I am not certain you will believe, but you wish to hear it, I shall tell it true. This might be related to why she thinks she's a knight. I'd be happy to hear it. Very well. 3 months ago, I was not in Willowmist. In fact, I was not in this world at all. At least, not as it is now. I hail from a time long past, an age of kings and castles, of honor and oaths sworn beneath banners fluttering in the wind. Take it off! I'm gonna guess that we now think she, like, got amnesia and is, like, slightly crazy. You stared at her, still trying to gauge whether she was pulling your leg or not. But Lucille looked completely and utterly serious. I was engaged in a most dire battle when the world itself seemed to shift beneath me. One moment I stood upon the battlefield, the next I awoke amidst the unfamiliar sights and sounds of this town. I like to think I'm easygoing, but time travel is a lot to take in. I understand your doubt, and yet I have no reason to deceive you. This armor, these weapons, even my manner of speech, all relics of an age long forgotten. Surely you have noticed their antiquity. You're being serious, aren't you? I swear it upon my honor. When I arrived, I had no knowledge of this place or this time. The world I knew was gone, replaced by one of strange machines and customs. She can't seriously be telling the truth, right? A potential ghost in the store? Sure. A time-traveling knight? But I guess she really doesn't have a reason to lie to me. I'll just go along with it for now. That's kinda nuts, you know? Indeed, it is kinda nuts. How'd you manage to adjust? That must have been a lot of change. With great difficulty, I assure you. Your aunt was the first to show me kindness. She took me in, clothed me, and taught me the ways of this new world. Were it not for her, I might have been lost entirely. For reasons I cannot explain, I feel as though I was meant to be here. Perhaps fate that has a purpose for me still. That's true. I should probably get some water. Actually, let me get to Quinn's. When we get to Quinn's, I'll take a little bit of a break and get some water. It won't take me long. Damn, that's one way to think about it. You're strong, you know that? Stronger than me. I wish I could go with the flow that easily. I am a night sage. Adaptation and perseverance, or, as you put it, going with the flow, are the very essence of survival. I have pledged my service to you, not only out of duty, but because in this unfamiliar land you have given me a purpose, and for that I am grateful. Why do you think you are not strong, Sage? I see no reason to doubt yourself so. Strength is not measured solely by the swing of a blade or the weight of one's armor. It lies in the choices we make, the burdens we carry, and the resolve to continue forward when the path is uncertain. I suppose so. When did you become a knight, Lucille? I was 7 when I was sent to the local lord's castle to begin my training. 7? That's so young. I'm 26 now. I feel like I've done nothing with my life, in fear that I would choose wrong. So much time has passed me by. I've seen friends start families, get married, climb the career ladder, but I'm still the same as I was 8 years ago. Is that why you chose to come to Willowmist? It felt like something I could do, a choice I could make. So, I guess so. When I began my training as a squire, a trainer once said to me that there is no shame in fear, only surrendering to it. Your path forward may be unclear at times, Sage, but it is there all the same. Time spent on the journey is no waste. Start being a gooter and you'll start climbing the social ladder. Yeah, this is like true facts though. Like especially as this guy is like 26, so he kind of understands that, you know, a lot of his friends and other people he knows are like, you know, getting promoted and having all these different jobs and having kids and families and buying houses and all that stuff. Thanks, Lucille. I don't want to ruin this by a romance. I think we're having a good time as friends right now. Plus, I kind of want to romance Quinn. Thanks, Lucille. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best. I guess that counts for something, huh? Indeed. You are far more capable than you believe. Trust yourself and you shall overcome any trial. Well, with the words like those to back me up, I guess I gotta keep trying. Huh. I fear I've spoken too much and nearly forgot the purpose of our excursion. This way, allow me to introduce you to the fine establishments of Willowmist. The two of you, side by side, continued onwards through the town center. As you passed a brightly lit building, Lucille gestured towards it. Behold, the farmer's market. It is most curious. It is found indoors. In my day, one would venture to an open square at dawn. Yet, honk honk. The only thing I got in this was feet saying "be a gooner" in return, following up with "damn that hits." Wow. In my day, one would venture to an open square at dawn. Yet here the bounty of the land is neatly contained beneath a roof. I must admit it lacks the charm of market stalls, but the convenience is notable. It is open nearly no matter the hour. No, bad timing. A grocery store? Yes, I believe that is what Sylvie referred to it as. Further along, Lucille showed her steps in front of a small clothing store. Its mannequins posed in stylish outfits. Please tell me we get to dress people up. Do we get to dress ourselves up? I'd be psyched. Many of which were winter coats. It would start to get cold soon, wouldn't it? And here we have the local tailor. Their wares may lack the intricate embroidery of royal finery, but they seem practical and well made. If you have need of garments for the winter, I would advise you to pay a visit. Maybe we could take a look together sometime. I would be honored, Sage. She led you onward, pausing briefly outside of a plain brick building with a glowing green cross above its entrance. An apothecary, though I have yet to have need of their services, the potions they prepare must be most potent in this age, with all the modern tools at their disposal. I'm not sure they use potions exactly, but medicine has probably come a long way. I can only imagine. I pray we do not have to find out anytime soon. Yeah, let's try to stay healthy for the next few months, all right? You have my word. Ah, across the way. Lucille nodded to a squat building with darkened windows. The local woodwright's workshop is just over yonder. His craftsmanship is impressive, worthy of a noble commission even, but it is nothing in particular. The master crafter simply gives me a certain sense of unease I cannot place. Can't say anything. I tend to have streams, music, podcasts on it. No. I do not doubt his skill, but there is certainly something about him that seems unnatural. However, in this town, that is not such a strange thing. I'll keep that in mind if we ever run into each other. You humble me by taking heed of my words. My thanks. Now, Sir Quinn's dining establishment is just ahead. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Okay, we've made it to Quinn's. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go grab a water bottle. Alright, now we're at this fine gentleman Quinn's establishment. The atmosphere of the night seemed to change as you stepped into the Silver Oak. You were surprised to find it mostly outdoors, but that surprise was certainly not disappointment. I shouldn't grab a snack, or I should have grabbed a snack. I probably should have, but I don't like eating on stream generally. I have gum here if I want a snack. I can always chew some gum. But I don't usually when I'm doing the reading ones, just because, like, I don't want to, yeah. Anyway. Sun is now twinkling lights crisscrossed overhead, casting a soft golden glow that danced off wooden tables and the cheerful faces gathered around them. The air was rich with the mouth-watering... Fuck, now they're really gonna make me hungry. The air was rich with the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meats, freshly baked bread, and the faint sweetness of roasted vegetables. Every now and then, the scent of herbs and wood smoke wafted past, carried on the gentle evening breeze. Plates of food and frothy pints of beer made their way to tables, the clinking of glasses mingling with bursts of laughter and lively chatter. Someone at a table in the corner strummed a guitar. You came! Of course, how could I turn down the best chef in town? I brought a friend, I hope that's alright. The more the merrier when it comes to food, eh? Please, I reserved a table just for you. Sit, sit. Before you could even place a hand on your chair to pull it out, Lucille had already done it. Allow me to do that for you. Ah, you are so well-mannered, Lucille. The world would be a better place if it had more people like you. I only help where I can, Sir Quinn. And so humble, too. Please sit and enjoy the atmosphere. Deliciousness awaits. You sat down and Lucille adjusted your chair for you, before crossing over to sit on the opposite side of the table. Her armor made a slight scraping sound, but you were impressed at how silent it was overall. Her aunt really did well picking that out. Where'd she manage to get armor like that anyway? I swear there's so much I don't know about her. Maybe I'll get to ask when she comes back home. It's only 3 months away, after all. Ooh, we got a CG! You seem deep in thought, Sage. Oh, my bad. I was just thinking about my aunt. A fair topic to be consumed by. Your aunt is a wonderful woman. I'm almost jealous of you and Florian, you know? She's so pretty. Look at her. Look at her! Sleep when I get home tomorrow. I slept for most of the night last night, which is what fucked up. Oh. Threw your sleep schedule off. Jealous? You two honestly know her better than I do. All we know each other from is letters. Even now, I haven't seen her in, what, 21 years? Take a screenshot, it'll last longer. My favorite thing about games like this, a lot of times, there'll be like a CG section where it'll just show this image without, like, no offense to Sage, but the words. So it'll just be this image, so if you want it as like a background. Because Date with Death did that too. That is indeed a long time to go without seeing one's own family. Yet you cannot deny the bond you shared through your letters. A connection nurtured by words alone is no less meaningful. Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? I know her as my quirky aunt from the countryside who likes herbs and crystals. You, this town, really know her. Everyone I've spoken to seems to look up to her. Yeah, a lot of visual novels, yeah, have like a gallery or something like that for like these big moments where it's like, she is the best of Willowmist. I do not think it an exaggeration to say that this town would not flourish as it does without her. Big shoes to fill. You needn't fill her shoes, only bring your own. Lucille leaned back in her chair, eyes flickering away from you. Nevertheless, I understand the weight of time lost. Ah, probably better than anyone. I'm sorry. Have you? I have not. I have not watched the anime for Steins Gate. Is it good? Should I? There is no need to apologize. Time, though it may slip through our fingers, grants us the moments we have now, and it is what we choose to do with those moments that truly matter. Though I need not remind you, Lady Sylvie did not ask for Florian or I to attend to her most prized possession while she was absent. She asked you. In truth, it is part of the reason I have so quickly trusted in you. Lady Sylvie herself believes in you. Shut up, Pablo. How dare you? She could have at least left me some instructions if she believed in me so much. Forget talking about me anyway. I'm more interested in knowing about your knightness. Do you truly find it so interesting? I do. Why are you bowing me? Is your armor heavy? Is that heavy? It seems like a lot to walk around in at all hours of the day. For one not accustomed to such weight, perhaps, but I have borne this weight since my youth. It feels as natural to me as the air I breathe. She glanced down at her polished armor, her expression thoughtful. Truthfully, this is quite light compared to the one I wore when I first arrived in Willowmist. That armor was forged for battle, with heavy plating and chainmail beneath, and it carried far more than its own weight. Every dent and scratch held a memory of the field or of my training. So, this must be like casual wear to you, huh? In a sense, yes. I find it reassuring in a way. Wearing it reminds me of who I am, no matter how strange this time may seem. I don't think I could ever even stand upright in something like that, let alone move around so gracefully. Grace comes with time and practice, my friend, though I suspect you would carry it well, should you ever wish to try. This sounds like a really rude question to ask, but I don't have the option of not asking. Is that sword real? The blade I carry, indeed, is the same one I used in the battles of my youth. Youth hardly sounds like the right word. You look so young. Your words are most gracious, though I assure you my youth has long since passed. Were it up to my mother, and I had not chosen the path of a knight, I would have married many years ago. Yeah, but back in the day, you married really young because you died really young. She often reminded me that a sword makes a poor companion, though I suspect she underestimated how loyal a blade can be. Oh, thank you. That'll make it easy. It's nice to know that despite the year, mothers are just like that. Your mother also wishes for you to marry? Probably. I think it has more to do with wanting grandchildren than wanting me to get married. But anyway, about the sword. You can really use it? Like, use it? I assure you my training has not gone to waste. This blade has seen me through many trials, and though I pray it will not be necessary in this time, I am prepared to wield it should the need arise. Ads be gone! That's nice. Do you have, like, Twitch Promo? Or Twitch... What is it? Twitch Turbo, that's what it's called. Or something, maybe? Or, like, a free trial? I don't know. I'm just getting lucky. Okay, I don't think I'll need you to stab anyone, but I do appreciate the offer. Huh. Twitch is giving you a Christmas present. I will endeavor not to stab anyone in your presence. Maybe just not at all. At that, she cracked a smile. I carry a sword not as an act of aggression, but a promise of protection. I would never harm another who was not deserving of it. I could hardly be called a knight otherwise. Sure make me want to see you swing that thing. I bet it'd be real cool. Yeah, you get like a 20-minute ad. Perhaps one day, should the need arise, I shall demonstrate. Until then, rest assured that my skill remains sharp. I'm sorry, but I've got to ask, knights can get married? Indeed, though there are some limitations. We may not marry commoners, nor people of higher status unless arranged by our lords. Huh. I guess I just thought knights had to, you know, stay single, like monks or something. Why? Why would you, Sage, why would you think that? Not at all. While some knights do choose to forego marriage in favor of their duties, it is not a requirement. We are permitted to wed, provided the union aligns with the expectations of our station. So, what happens if you fall for someone who doesn't meet the rules? Then one must choose between desire or duty. It is not an easy decision, but a knight's honor lies in loyalty to their vows. How complicated. So basically, I have a feeling that if she's a romanceable, which I believe she is, you would have to have her choose between her duty and you, because obviously she's a knight. Even if at this time, like this timeline, knights aren't a thing, you would have to convince her that you are worth giving up her knighthood. Here I thought modern dating was difficult. Such is the life of a knight, but I would not trade it for anything. Honor and duty are the cornerstone of my existence, and to stray from them would be to betray myself. Oh, fuck. So, does that mean you've never, you know, fallen for someone? Secret undercover prince, maybe. Lucille's composure faltered for the briefest moment, her cheeks coloring faintly beneath her confident demeanor. No, I have always prioritized my duties above such matters. There was little time to entertain the notion of romance. I like her friend. I like being her friend. I like her. I just don't know if I'm like I don't think I'm in love with her. I really do like her though. But again, I wouldn't want her to give up her knighthood. Because that's like literally, she just said that's what makes her her. Did you ever regret it? Regret is a strong word. I do not regret taking up my oaths, no. I believe this is the correct path for me. Even without romance, I have experienced the love of camaraderie, loyalty, and shared purpose. Those bonds are no less valuable to me. Perhaps if I were to truly think on it, there are pangs of regret in some regards. I saw many a friend who grew up in my village find love and start families. Many even with the whirlwind romances straight out of fiction. But no, I would not have changed my path thus far. Quinn appears as if from thin air, then placed 2 dishes down, one in front of each of you. What you saw would have been fit for the finest restaurant anywhere. The creamy beets were so red it almost surprised you. If it is delicious, then you will sing my praises through all of Willowmist. If it is not, then simply strike me down, as I could not bear the thought of serving our lovely Sylvie's family anything less than perfect. What about Now by Lone Star? I believe that's country, right? Question mark? Well, she brought a sword, so let's hope it's good. Ha! I'm near trembling in my boots. Please, taste, taste. It smells delicious. You raised a forkful of the risotto to your mouth. The creamy texture, the tender rice, the velvety sauce was beyond delicious. As you chewed, the earthy flavor of the roasted beets, almost sweet, filled your mouth. Quinn, this is delicious. Magnificent. Look at us. He's so excited that we like it. I like Quinn. You do not understand how that warms my heart so. I had worried for a moment. My prep time was cut short last night. The full moon does things to a Is this man a werewolf? Oh my god, please. Oh my god, no. Oh no, don't tell me he's a werewolf. He's perfect. Oh no, if he's a werewolf, I'm sorry. I'm full. Sylvie, get out of the way. American Country Music Band. Oh, okay. The full moon does things to a person sometimes. You understand. Nevertheless, enjoy, enjoy. Fine company makes a meal even more delicious, huh? You look back over towards Lucille, who seemed to be enjoying her meal just as much. That's why he doesn't like Florian! Fuck! Because they're vampires! Vampires and werewolves! Oh my god. This bitch is Twilight without sparkling, but still run away. That's why he doesn't like Florian. It's that old-timey vampires hate werewolves thing. Quinn wandered back through the tables, smiling and chatting to each person he passed by. Everyone looked happy to speak to him. He's really nice. Indeed, he is a noble man with a noble heart. We are fortunate to have him in Willowmist. Yay! We got a heart with Lucille. Oh, we're not gonna... Fuck! Look at how many more hearts there are with Lucille. I think that means we can only be friends with Quinn. No, my heart, it's broken. It's the Underworld movies, but anime. You continued eating, eyes passing over the various people that sat at the tables. There were all kinds, friends, couples, families. The atmosphere was extremely pleasant, and it was easy to fall into the town's rhythm. Absent-mindedly, you looked past Lucille's shoulder. Your eyes locked onto someone sitting a few tables away from you. Emmett! Huh, that guy does know how to cut loose. He looks so good. You're a nerd? No! No, I'm just kidding. Nerds are great. I'm kind of missing his glasses, though. Honestly. I guess he just doesn't like me in particular. Oh well, no loss there, I suppose. Hey, Lucille? Yes, Sage. Don't turn around too quickly, but do you know him? She spun around, incredibly obviously. Sir Emmett. Yes, he is often around at the store, assisting Lady Sylvie. What do you think of him? Lady Sylvie believes him to be a man of his word, and extremely talented in his work. So, my aunt likes him, that's good. He's a bit cold. As far as I'm aware, he's like that with most people. Sir Emmett likes to keep a professional distance from much of the town. I'm gonna make that man my friend. Fuck yeah. This is Shane all over again. I'm gonna make that man my friend, if it's the last thing I do. I sorely hope it is not the last thing you do, but I will happily support you in your endeavor. I was gonna end at 2 my time, which is Central Time, but I got a text that I didn't have to do something, so I'm free. I will be ending at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, another hour and a half from now. Because then I'm going to leave so I can get something to eat. And then I'll probably come back on later at night for get some Minecrafting. Because there's a lot of map that I have not explored now. And I have to fix my house. Nope. No, you guys are good. I got the call that I didn't have to do what I thought I had to do, and therefore I have more time to stream. Yay! You Will? Indeed. Though he does not say it, I can only imagine that keeping such a distance becomes lonely at times. Yeah. You guys are usually pretty good at keeping me aware of what time it is. Putting that aside, however, perhaps it is time for us to take our leave. Both of your plates had long since been scraped clean, neither of you daring to leave a single crumb behind. We'll have to do something to say thanks to Quinn. He didn't have to do all this. You had a nap? Oh, I hope you had a good nap. You both stood from the table, weaving your way past the other guests. As you passed Emmett, he looked up from his plate and met your gaze, more directly than usual. Oh, Sage. There you are. I was hoping I'd run into you. You were? Yes, I've been meaning to say something. I've been thinking about it for a while. You're doing better than I expected. That's not bad. I mean, it's good. Oh, thank you? The store, the town, it's not easy. You make it look easier than it is. I don't think I've said that before. I should have. Are you feeling okay? I've never been better. Sage, maybe a bit warm. Is it warm tonight or something? Aren't we going into winter? Maybe it's just you. I'm warm? Yeah, you seem warm. What's happening right now? What was I saying? Something about me being warm. Right, that. You should stay. Oh, as fun as that sounds, I'm actually out with Lucille tonight. Oh. We're just friends, man. Why? What the fuck? Can you imagine? You're just out with a friend, and you're like, oh, I'm out with my friend. And this other person is just like, why? We were having dinner? Oh no, Emmett, not the sad face. I should have asked first. Next time, have dinner with me. I would like that. Good, that's good. Get home safe, and don't forget you promised. You hurried away with Lucille, waving thanks to Quinn on the way out. What? Why? Okay, hold on. Is he like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Because I'm assuming that everybody's got their own little quirk now. We have a vampire and we have a knight. I'm pretty sure Quinn is a werewolf. So is he like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde or something? Because like during the day he's all like prim, proper numbers and all that, and at night he like lets loose a little bit, and that's why he wasn't wearing his glasses. Maybe? I don't know. I'm curious to find out. I'm going to be so mad because this is only the demo. And we're going to get to a point where it's going to stop and I'm going to be sad. Lucille, I fear we may have just witnessed a real-life bona fide demon possession. Sir Emmett, you mean? He was being uncharacteristically amiable. He shot me down instantly when I suggested hanging out together outside of work. Perhaps he had a change of heart. You are wonderfully charming, Sage. Thanks, but I don't think so. Seriously, we need to call a priest or something. I shouldn't let that distract me, though. Lucille, thanks for coming out with me. I had a great night. Food really is better with good company. You have my thanks for allowing me to accompany you, Sage. It was truly wondrous to get to know you as a person. Do you live far from here? Want me to walk you home? That will not be necessary. Please, allow me to walk you home instead. As your knight, it is my sworn duty to ensure your safety. To allow you to escort me instead would be unthinkable. Willowmist seems pretty safe and quiet, though. I don't think you need to ensure my safety or anything. It is a quiet town, yes, but even the stillest waters may hide unexpected dangers. As your companion, I cannot allow you to face the night unguarded. Seriously, it's just like a 10-minute walk. 10 minutes or 1 hour, it matters not. My role as your protector does not end when the sun sets. Please, allow me to fulfill my oath. You sighed, but found it more amusing than anything. All right, Miss Lady Knight, you win. Lead the way. As it should be, my liege. Sage. Lucille's voice softened, the faintest glimmer of a smile touching her lips as she gestured for you to follow. Together you stepped through the cool night air, the quiet streets of Willowmist stretching before you. Right, Sage. There we go. I am now safely deposited back home. All is well with the world. Now I feel bad letting you walk home alone. Please do not trouble yourself with such thoughts. If anyone even entertained the notion of harming me, I would be able to defend myself. And as you say, Willowmist is quite safe. Why did you put that in quotes? Why did you put that in quotes? Then you agree you didn't need to walk me back. Safe or not, it is my duty to see you safely home. But I will admit perhaps my insistence was not entirely selfless. I find that I rather enjoy your company. Her tone softened, a glimmer of warmth in her usually composed demeanor. So, while it is my honor to fulfill my role as your knight, I must confess, what the fuck? I must confess, it is also my pleasure. Oh, someone's a smooth talker. Only an honest talker, Sage. Welcome back! And now that you are safely home, my mission is complete. I bid you good night, with the hope that we shall meet again on the morrow. She offered a light bow, her golden hair golden? Her hair's golden? I thought it was brown. Her golden hair catching the soft glow of the night as she returned and began her journey home, leaving you with a faint smile lingering on your lips. Man, she's really great. You turned towards your door, digging the old key out of your pocket. It was halfway turned in the keyhole when you heard voices within. I win and Florian loses. I don't know what kind of voice do that. Duty. Someone owes me $5. What are you even gonna do with $5? It's the ghost! You pushed open the door, peering curiously into the room. It's the ghost. Ah! Jesus Christ, can you stop sneaking around in the middle of the night all the time? Maybe you should spend less time skulking about here in the dark, then. Was someone else here? Huh? I thought I heard you talking to someone. At your comment, he rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. What weirdo would be hanging around here this late? Oh, okay. You, for one. I work here. Uh-huh. At night. Alone. In the dark. So, just talking to yourself, then? Hi, Minsk! You're maybe slightly late, but it's okay. It's the thought that counts. I'm just kidding. You're first in our heart, buddy. Always. Guess so. Anyway, I'm busy. You sure look it. How was dinner? It was lovely. Quinn's an amazing chef. You really missed out, you know? Special hypothetical someone in a semi-predictable future. Oh, mysterious. Oh, you could have come, Florian. Yeah, I know. At that, Florian's face dropped. I'll get back to work. Sure. Have a nice night. He wants to go. See, Florian, I still think it's like Florian is jealous of you being like not a vampire and you're quote unquote normal because he wants to do all. I dropped my thingy. He wants to do all that stuff, but he can't because he's a vampire. Now, dressed in your pajamas. Wait. Oh, this is all one thing. You let out an audible sigh when you finally reached your home away from home. The weight of the day's events had finally begun to settle on your shoulders. Every day seems to be like that lately. Now, dressed in your pajamas, you got yourself a nice, cool glass of water and settled down on a chair. They do, but they don't work very well for low sun exposure. Willowmist sure was strange, and boy, you were enjoying it so far. I wonder what was up with Emmett, though. He said he'd stop by sometime. Maybe I'll get the chance to ask him? Maybe he really was swayed by my overwhelming charm. A gentle breeze reached you from the open window, and you closed your eyes, leaning back and enjoying the feeling. And then you heard rustling. Opening your eyes, you saw a piece of paper of some kind drift in on the wind before settling on top of the wardrobe. What? Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard. I'll paint one with Vanta black. That would be cool. I would love to see an umbrella in Vanta black. Don't they have another one now? Isn't there another one that's like supposedly blacker than that even? I don't remember. I thought like Vanta Black 2 or something like that. Lithered. What the? Man, I'll close the windows if trash comes in on a breeze. Dark 3.0? I don't know. Black hole. That's the color name. You stood, then made your way over to the dresser, which you now realized was far too tall for you to reach the top of. Great, I'm going to be stuck with trash forever. That won't annoy me at all. I guess I'll ask Florian for a ladder tomorrow. Maybe the storeroom has something. At that moment, a soft, gentle green glow began to envelope the piece of paper, and it slowly fell into your outstretched hand. What? Seemed to be a letter, although rather short. It read, "So, I might have gone a teensy bit overboard last night. It was supposed to be funny, not, glass smashing, hand slicing funny. Anyway, I'm really sorry I made you get hurt. I didn't mean for that to happen, promise. It's the ghost! We got a letter from the ghost!" Anyway, oh, wait, I read that. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, German Pokemon name. Oh. Pomeluff. At the bottom was a hugely elaborate signature that you couldn't quite make heads or tails of. What in the... A teensy bit overboard? Is this Florian pranking me or something? Right, Sage. This has got to be Florian. If it's not Florian, then... You glanced around the room, half expecting someone to jump out laughing, but the stillness of the room answered with silence. Your gaze returned to the letter as a sinking realization began to settle in. If it's not Florian, then no one else knew about the glass. Someone was in here! There is a ghost! Hey, ghost! Once again, I'm really chill! No one answered. Well, I'm going to sleep now. Please don't steal my soul or anything while I'm asleep, alright? I promise it won't taste good. You quickly crawled into bed, settling into the soft sheets. No ghost disturbed you as you fell into yet another deep, restful slumber. Thursday! I'm not dealing with real... We have $77 right now. We need 10 more. We can sell something for $10. You awoke to a commotion from downstairs that was slowly becoming commonplace around here. Rising out of bed, you dressed, grabbing an apple on the way down for breakfast. Ooh, that's a terrible breakfast. Uh-oh. Bye, Pablo. Thank you. Salud. Thank you. Florian? Oh, I didn't mean to wake you up. You found Florian mopping the floors again, and a toppled... Wait, why is he here in the morning? Damn you. Who did... Wait, what? Who... Why are you suddenly damning somebody? What? What'd I do? I didn't do anything. We're all innocent. You found Florian mopping the floors, again, and a toppled-over suit of armor that had previously been leaning against the back wall sprout out on the ground. Sir Florian, you ought to take heed. Though I admire your dedication to arriving early in the day, it is no use if you cannot perform your duties correctly. It was an accident, okay? What are you doing here so early? Wait, you did go home last night, didn't you? Florian... I was busy, alright? Get off my back about it. There's really nothing to keep you that busy here. I would never expect or want you to do that. I haven't been able to sleep anyway. Might as well be doing something useful. Oh my god. How dare you? If I sneeze and my heart stops now, it's your fault. I hope you realize. I hope that's on your conscience forever. I'll haunt you. That's what's gonna happen. I'll die and then I'll haunt you. Even if you can't sleep, you should be resting. The key to a steadfast body and mind, Sir Florian, is rest. Even the finest knight cannot protect their charge if they are worn down by exhaustion. Lucille stepped forward and then stood up the fallen suit of armor. A lack of sleep dulls the senses, clouds judgment, and weakens resolve. Trust me, I have seen even the strongest falter when they neglect their rest. Yeah, well, good for you knights. Maybe you guys don't have insomnia. Sleepless nights are not foreign to me, but to push yourself without reprieve only invites disaster. She's right. It's not even about the sleep so much. It's about giving yourself a break. You need it. You deserve it after a long day's work, especially. I don't want a break. I want to keep busy. I can see that. Florian's hand tightened around the mop handle. You cannot pour from an empty vessel, Sir Florian. You two are way too nosy. I mean, isn't it kind of my job to be nosy? Just get some rest. Don't worry about work today. Fine, if it gets you off my back. No promises I'll even be able to sleep, though. We do not ask for perfection, only effort. Finally, he leant the mop against the wall, then ran a hand through his mop of hair. You couldn't help but notice the slightly more defined eye bags under his eyes. Oh no! Not your strawberries, because I haven't come up with anything more clever to name it. He then started on his way upstairs. Why am I so... why am I drawn to the people I shouldn't be? Catnip, I could have. There's a lot of things I could do, because I've got, like, the strawberry matcha cat alien. I have too many things. Strawberry matcha cat alien, all those things. That's my bed. That's awful forward of you, Florian. What? I know you're tired, but you do have your own bed, don't you? What are you saying? I said I'd show you the attic. The attic! I was just... I'm gonna show it to you before I leave. God. Has nothing to do with your bed. Fine. But after this, go home. Yeah, whatever. Oh, look at the cute little puppy! Oh my god. Look at that cell phone. Oh, look at the poop box. Look at the oh! These are all things from, like, my time. Are you referring to the game and being drawn to people you shouldn't be? Alright, it's all or nothing. Uh-oh. Dang! Where'd you go? It turned out well. This time. But yes, I'm always drawn to the people that want nothing to do with me. That's why I like Shane so. That's why I like Shane. It started with him just being like, I don't want to talk to you. So of course I was making it my point to be obnoxious to talk to him. And now Florian's kind of similar. He doesn't want me to like be close, but now I just want to annoy him. I like causing problems. Oh, you want them hard to get. Yes. Dust motes danced through the beams of light that filtered in through the stained glass window at the back of the room. It left a splash of colorful patterns across the jumbled, mismatched antiques that filled the attic. Old trunks, boxes overflowing with trinkets, well-loved books. Ta-da! The attic. Dinner first. Yeah, I'm hungry. I got about another hour, and then I'm gonna eat. Like I said, Sylvie's been meaning to clean this crap up to sell anyway, and by crap, I mean there's a lot of rubbish here. You might find nothing worth selling, I don't know. There certainly is a lot of stuff. Hi, hungry. I'm Dad. Hi, Dad. I'm hungry. You can say crap. It's not crap. Just an assortment of items. Some were worthwhile than others. Sounds like a roundabout way of saying some of it is crap. As you moved through the room, your eyes caught something odd, a flash of movement near the shelves. You turned, only to find something, or someone, hanging upside down from the edge of a high shelf, her bright smile and sparkling eyes pointed directly at you. That's the ghost! Ta-da! Ah! You stumbled backwards, barely catching yourself before you tripped over your aunt's collection of used phone books. Ha! That would be that's good. That's a good flirt. Before you could even process what was happening, the figure slipped, letting out a startled yelp as she tumbled to the floor in a heap. You winced, waiting for the sound of impact, but nothing came. Ow, ow, ow! Wait, did that even hurt? Why am I saying ow? Are you okay? The figure popped up immediately, brushing herself off with a sheepish grin. Never better. Another flawless landing by yours truly. You fell. Thank you, thank you. I know my graceful performance was one you'll remember forever. Please hold the applause. Then you noticed that she was ever so slightly transparent. She struck a dramatic pose, her hands forming a heart over her chest as she flashed you a dazzling grin. Hello, Sage. It's so exciting to finally meet you. You're in the presence of future international superstar and idol Winnie. She twirled in place, but her motion ended with a slight wobble, making you instinctively reach out as though to catch her, but your hand passed right through her. Winnie? Wait a second. You're the girl who was in my room the other night. You're a beautiful woman with adoring fans all over the world? The only fan you have is that one. Florian pointed to an old, dusty electric fan that sat in the corner of the room. Boo! You suck! I have loads of fans! Where are they, then? Here and there. You wouldn't know them, since all you do is sit around in the store every day. That's funny coming from you. Overwhelmed, you sat down on the wooden floor, staring towards this insane display. Anyway, you can just go away if you're going to be such a spoil sport. I want to talk to Sage. Shoo, Stinky. I'm not Stinky. Hi. Hey. Why are you sitting on the ground? You're going to get all dusty. She rushed over, then squatted down beside you. I think the dust is the least of my worries right now. Florian, am I going crazy or something? Maybe, but that has nothing to do with her. So she's real, unfortunately. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Why didn't you tell me? Look, I figured you'd find out eventually. She's hard to miss. I'm the only one keeping things lively around here. If it were up to Florian, the whole place would be a ghost town. No pun intended. A ghost? In the store? Sure, why not? We've got a knight. Why not a ghost too? Aw, your thinking face is cute. Maybe you should be the super famous internet idol. Well, that would make one of you. Anyway, I'm really sorry for scaring you. No, you're not. I'm really sorry that scaring you made you get hurt. I really didn't mean for that to happen. I just maybe kinda had a bet with Florian over whether or not I could spook you. Now Florian owes me $5. I'm going home. Good luck with dealing with that one. That one? I have a name. With that, Florian left, heading back downstairs and out of the store. So, anyway, now that he's gone, I have something I want you to help me with. You do? Is it like dealing with something you left behind before you... I want to become the most famous internet idol ever. Oh, right, of course, I should have guessed. And if you help me with it, I'll promote the store. It's a win-win for both of us, don't you think? I get all the adoring fans, you get lots of people visiting your store. Come on, what do you say? Pretty please, pretty please. It'll be loads of fun, I promise. I can try. I don't know much about idols or becoming famous, though. Scratch that. I know nothing about idols or becoming famous. Yay! You're the best ever! What do you mean? You're pretty much my manager now. Whoa, I don't know about that, but I can try to help you at the very least. Right now? How about later tonight? I'm about to open up the store, but once it closes, I'm free. Yes! Oh, this is gonna be amazing! We'll have to pick outfits, make videos, maybe even do live streams. Oh, would you do my hair too? Oh, I have so many ideas already. I like her enthusiasm. And what kind of idol would you be without a theme song? Oh my god. How can I forget a theme song? Can you make music? I played the guitar before. Really? I was 12, but who's asking? I'm so excited! By the way, Winnie, why didn't you introduce yourself sooner? I don't bite. Well, not unless you ask nicely, anyway. Dang, Sage. Oh, Florian told me I shouldn't talk to you. Huh? Does he really hate me that much? No, Florian doesn't hate anyone. He's a big softie under all that emo-ish blandness. He said you were from out of town and you might not be into the whole, ghost thing. He thought it might be a better idea to wait a little while and see what you thought of the town first. What, is the whole town hiding a bunch of ghosts I don't know about? Maybe? I've never met another ghost. Even thinking about meeting a ghost gives me the shivers. Girl. You're afraid of ghosts? Well, yeah, who wouldn't be? And that doesn't seem at all funny to you. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. You stood up from the ground, then dusted off your clothes. It really was dusty down there. I better get to work. So, do you just hang around here and... do you just hang around in here? I go wherever the fun is. That'll be all over the place, now that we know each other. Yippee! That sounds dangerous. Okay, I'll let you get to work for now, but tonight you're all mine, okay? Don't forget, we're gonna make magic happen. Got it. Tonight, magic? Sure, I'm all yours. They'll call me Sage the Wizard with all the magic I'm about to make happen. Later, that is. Now I have to be Sage the Shopkeeper. Lady Winona, it is good to see you fine and well. Lucy! Winnie charged forward, then jumped as if to hug Lucille and went straight through her. Aw, one day it'll work. It is the thought that counts. I will prepare my stance for the day it does. That's the spirit. Was that pun intended? That's my secret. I am pleased to see you have become acquainted with each other. The store was far too quiet without Lady Winona around. Aw, you're making me blush. I ship it. I am only speaking the truth. Well, I think you're trying to make me turn red. You're so charming, Lucy. Honesty is not charm, Lady Winona. It is simply the way of a knight. Well, I think you're charming. And noble. And strong. And... Are you trying to make Lucille join your idol group or something? I've never heard so many compliments in one breath. Maybe. Just imagine a knight idol. Have you ever heard of something so cute? I fear my talents do not extend to performance arts, and cute I am not. Boo! I think you're pretty. My lips start not working. I think you're plenty cute. Don't you think so, Sage? You're both cute. You're both cute. Honestly, we might end up with a queue of people outside today just to see the two of you. A whole line of adoring fans! Yay! Lucille nodded seriously. If that is the case, then I shall remain on high alert. Lucille? With increased popularity comes increased risk. Should a crowd gather at our doors, I will ensure no trouble befalls you or Lady Winona. That's appreciated, but I'm sure not necessary. Oh, Lucille, you should totally be my bodyguard when I go viral. Every idol needs a super cool knight watching their back. If it is a matter of security, I will, of course, fulfill my duty. Do you mean an actual bodyguard or a part of your act? Well, picture it. The amazing idol Winnie and her gallant guardian, the unbreakable Dame Lucille del Rosario of the Order of the Crown. That was a mouthful. That title keeps getting longer and longer. Good branding is key, don't you think? If my presence lends credibility to your efforts, I shall assist in what way I can. However, should any real danger arise, I will take my duty most seriously. I would not let harm befall either of you. You smiled, shaking your head, as Winnie practically sparked with joy. All right. Let's focus on opening the store first. If a horde of admirers shows up, I trust Lucille to keep us all safe. You have my word. Oh, I'll handle the fans. This is so gonna be our break. I'm not sure ghost idols to become I'm sure not. Oh my god. I'm sure. Oh my god. I'm not sure. That's the word not. It's in between I'm and sure. I'm not sure ghost idols to be come with fans, but that's alright. Time to get to it. I've only got 2 slots though. Okay, let's man the counter and then we'll sort through stuff. Because Florian does most of the cleaning. And it seems like it's pretty well cleaned in here. I think we could skip a day. I think it'll be fine. Can't you check out the back? I'm really sorry, sir, but we don't stock anything that isn't antique. There's probably a store around town that has... There isn't! This is the last place I've got left to check. You really don't have it? I might have an old flip phone or something upstairs, but new phone models... No, I'm afraid not. This is ridiculous. How do you not stock phones? What is this, the Stone Age? This is an antique store. God, what did I do to deserve this? Once again, this is an antique store. We're not a regular store, and we don't carry new products. Typical. These small towns and their old people's shops can't even get a proper phone here. At that moment, you heard the sound of metal grating against metal, and in the blink of an eye, a silver sword was placed between you and the customer. Good sir, you will respect the master of this establishment, or you will leave. Hey! Watch where you're waving that thing, woman! It's a sword, not a toy! This blade was forged in the fires of war. I am well aware that it is no toy. Now you may either apologize or you may leave. Fine, sorry, Jesus. He grumbled and turned on his heel, leaving the shop with all the haste of a man threatened with a real sword. Thanks, Lucille. It is my pleasure. Should you require aid, you need only ask, Sage. She gave a smile and sheathed her sword with ease. I was hoping he'd get the hint without having to without having a sword pointed at him. Oh well. Some people require a firmer hand to understand the importance of manners. Is there usually many customers like that? Nay, the majority are very courteous and polite. Lady Sylvie would say that a great deal of trouble came from passing tourists. However, they are few and far between. Tourists, huh? He did seem to be passing through. Aye, the inhabitants of this town are a good sort, and would never speak ill of the store. Everyone likes Aunt Sylvie, huh? Indeed, She is the best of us, and then some. Hey, Lucille? Thank you, really. I know it's your job, but... My sword is yours. Your enemies are mine. If there is but one thing you can depend on in this life, it's that. It is that. She bowed her head and left to continue her patrol. Level up! What happens when I level up? I have skill points. The most valuable thing in this shop is time. Okay. An eye for presentation and a flair for arrangement. Style draws more customers to the shop and makes your wares more appealing. Okay. Handiwork boosts quality of restored items and increases the odds of getting the shop sparkling clean. Luck increases the chance of rare items appearing in markets, auctions, and random events. Smarts. I need smarts to more accurately assess the items and what they're worth. Nice. Oh, I think these are our three main love interests, Lucille, Emmett, and Florian, because, well, no, there's Winnie. There's somebody we haven't met yet, though. Quinn doesn't say single, so I don't think we can romance Quinn. Sorry to myself. Okay, so it's between 12 and 75. They didn't want it for 55. Let's take it down to 35. And this is between 5 and 37. So let's take this down to 22. Whoa, not 35, 22. No, 22. Let's try that and see what we can do. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. Emmett! Hello, Mr. Marigold. I trust your day as well. Welcome! Owlplate has more charm than I'd like to admit. I'm satisfied with that price. Consider it sold. So far, Emmett's the only one who's bought anything from us, because he bought the doll last time, too. Good day. Keep the books in order. See you next time. Quinn! 'Tis a much finer day with your company in its age. Christmas Bell's brooch is quite interesting. What say you to the humble sum of $10? Okay, so it's between 5 and 37. I priced it at 35. I was supposed to price it at... Can I counter offer for 15? Oh. I counter offered for $1 more. I was supposed to put the percentage up higher. I will take it. Even a chef must indulge beyond the kitchen. All right. Well, we sold all our stuff, I guess. So I guess that's a win. Adieu for now, but not that long. I promise you that. You saw 2 customers today, but no one else is coming now. Yeah, because I don't have any more wares. I have to find more stuff to sell. You began searching through your aunt's collection. Ooh, a prop airplane. It's uncommon. Its quality is poor. It's between 21 and 75. That's not bad. That's pretty decent. You stretched, hearing a pop from a joint somewhere you didn't want to think about too much as someone entered through the front door. Oh my god, look at Florian. He looks so different. You look like an actual, like... I mean, I liked his other gear too, but he looks so different. What are you doing here? Don't tell me I have to put you in timeout. Timeout? How old do you think I am? I left something here this morning. I was just coming to pick it up. What do you mean, It's not like I came back because I missed you or anything. Fine. I guess that's a sufficient? Yeah, sufficient. Sufficient reason for you to be back. But you better go home straight away. God, you're worse than my mother. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Actually, do you live far away? Why? I was just wondering. Not really. 10 minutes or so from here. You checked back and forth and couldn't see Winnie anywhere in the room. Can we talk? I thought you wanted me to leave. Just for a minute? Guess it's inevitable, sure. What is it? There's a real life ghost living in the store, and Lucille claims to be a time traveler And I believe her for some reason. Yep. Just yep? I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, Winnie's a ghost, and yes, Lucille is a knight. It's the way they present the dialogue. Yeah, I mean, it is by the same people, so it's bound to have similarities. Like, get to the point. How dare. They're having a conversation, and I keep interjecting them because I keep getting sidetracked. How? Why? What's going on here? Did my aunt know? Of course she did. She knows everything that goes on in this town. That's just the kind of woman she is. Really, the whole antique store rubbish is mostly a front. A front? For what? You're not going to tell me this is something illegal, are you? I really don't want to go to prison if this is a setup. What? No. Willowmist is full of people who don't fit in. People who are running away from something or don't blend into a normal society. Sylvie helps them. The town depends on her. She's a problem solver, I guess. She's the one that makes this town a place where people can exist without having to explain themselves. So, the people in town, they're all like Winnie and Lucille? Not all of them, but a lot, yeah. But everyone knows. I guess. Some of them do, some of them don't. Some don't want to know. Not everyone in Willowmist is like that, but they get it in their own way. I don't know, it's more like people just don't ask. And you're just okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? It's a lot to take in. You get used to it. You sighed, running a hand through your hair. Or don't, just let things happen. You're here for what, 3 months? You'll be fine. You exhaled deeply before leveling a look at Florian. Okay, so what about you? What about me? You said a lot of people here don't fit in. What's your deal then? A beat of silence. As if we couldn't fucking tell by the teeth. But there was something just a little too measured about it now. I just work here. You just work here. Yep. No tragic backstory, no running from the past, no big secret. No. Florian. Sage. Fine, be mysterious, but I'm on to you. There's nothing to be mysterious about. I just happen to be born here. Anyway, you told me to leave, so I'm leaving. Wait. I'm meant to do what she does? How would I know? Sylvie didn't tell me shit. I can hardly help myself, let alone an entire town of people. You don't need to help everyone. That's kind of the whole point, though, isn't it? My aunt did. I like their shirts. I think they're cute. Florian sighed, shifting his weight slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, you're not her. Wow, thanks. That's not what I meant. For a second he hesitated, his fingers tightening slightly against his sleeve. Then, in a quieter voice, he spoke again. Look, even if you only help one person, it's worth it. His tone was uncharacteristically earnest. No sarcasm, no sighing frustration, just something quiet and certain. I like the embroidered shirt. I think it's cute. You blinked at him momentarily, taken aback. That's surprisingly optimistic coming from you. He shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing away as if embarrassed by his own sincerity. Not everything has to be grand gesture. Not everything has to fix something. Sometimes just being there, just doing one good thing is enough. Sounds like something my aunt would say. Maybe it was. Did you believe her? Maybe. You smiled, exhaling softly before shaking your head. You're a weird guy, Florian. Yeah, well, you work here now, so you're one of us. Now I'm really going. Good night. Night, Florian. Let me walk you out. Dude's totally a vampire, though, let's be honest. The two of you found your way downstairs, wood groaning beneath your feet. Ooh, coming out of your room together at night? How scandalous. Shut up, I'm leaving. Have a nice night, Flo-Flo. It's not my name. The door shut soundlessly behind him as he left. He's such a spoil sport. Well, whatever. We've got the whole place to ourselves now. Should we throw a party or something? Enjoy your editing. Does a party in an antique store does sound pretty cool. I'll put you in charge of planning that, huh? Do you think we can get a disco ball in here? Hell, my aunt probably has one stashed away somewhere, knowing her. Disco balls and parties can come later, though. Didn't you want my help with something? Oh, right! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited! Come on, come on! She went to grab you by the hand, but her fingers went straight through yours. It did leave you with a cold, numb feeling in your hand, though, which you found pretty cool. Let's go! She charged upstairs, and you trailed behind, ready for a troublesome night ahead of you. Your place is so cool. Sylvie didn't like me coming up here, you know? This is my first chance to have a proper look around. Why not? What did you do? What? Who said I did anything? Well, did you? I think it's because I'd stand at the end of her bed in the middle of the night. Kind of spooked her a little bit. Okay, I can see now why she wouldn't like that. I was just messing around. I won't do that to you, though. I promise. I'd pinky promise, but, you know. She wiggled her semi-translucent pinky finger in front of your face. Anyway, do you have a computer? I do. I brought my laptop with me, luckily. I don't know what I'd do without it. Yes, finally! You sat down at your desk, swinging around in the chair to log in. What's step one of becoming an idol, then? Getting famous, I guess. Selling out a giant arena for my concert? Okay, I don't know much about idols, but I think there's some steps before that. Did you decide on a name at least? You had a few ideas earlier, but... Well, I have been thinking about it. Winnie the Super Cool Idol? Denied. Well, I thought that was a good one. How about something more like... something that highlights your draw. Ghost Winnie. With a star in the middle. That might be cute. Ooh, mysterious, intriguing, cute, and accurate to boot. Hopefully people don't question the fact that you're slightly transparent too much. That could cause us some trouble. Okay. How about this? She got into position, arms wide, a huge grin on her face. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here. She pulled another pose, making a star symbol with her hands out in front of her. How was that? I want to hype her up. She's so cute. Wow, you'll make a fan out of me if you keep that up. Winnie gasped dramatically, placing both hands over her chest as if she'd just received the most shocking revelation of her afterlife. Oh no, don't tell me I'm stealing your heart away already, Sage. What if you are? Imagine the scandal. A famous idol and her first ever fan, who is also her manager? Oh, no, that just won't do. My fans must adore me from afar. Wow, shot down instantly. I must keep my heart open to all of my fans. You understand, don't you? How selfless of you. It's my duty. But don't worry, Sage. I'll always make a little extra time for my favorite fan. I better get the VIP treatment, huh? Of course. Okay, Ghost Winnie, we've got a name down. I suppose the next thing to do is make social media accounts so you actually have somewhere to be an idol. Instagram, Twatter. I said Twatter. Really? Twatter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twatch. Really? Okay. Do you want to make videos? Of course. Got it. I'll start setting those up. Do you have an email address already? Maybe? We should probably just make a new one. They knew what they were doing. I know. I was like, God, why? Why that of all names? You maybe have an email? I can't really remember. Alright, new email too. You tapped away on your keyboard, getting to work. So, Winnie, can I ask you something? I'm an open book? Well, you're a ghost. That's not a question, silly. I wasn't done yet. Are you dead? Ooh, I'm a scary dead person. I don't know, to be honest. I don't have any memories of my life. Probably. Ghosts are usually dead, right? You lost your memories? Life is Strange. I think I've watched some of Life is Strange, but I don't think I watched the whole thing. And I definitely have never played it. I guess so. Or maybe I didn't have any in the first place. Who knows? She's very nonchalant about it. And that doesn't bother you? Why would it? I'm all for the here and now. I guess that's a good way to live. You know what I mean. What's with the superstar idol thing then? I thought it was some kind of unfulfilled dream of yours. Maybe it was. Honestly, I just felt like the store was so boring sometimes, you know? So I was brainstorming ways I could help liven the place up, and bam! I saw this old magazine with a super cool idol on the front cover. Sylvie Wilvy thought it'd be a good idea for me to pursue. But she didn't have a computer. I'm so glad you're here now. It's original at the very least. Can't say I know many antique store ghost idols. I'll have the market cornered before you know it. But really, one magazine cover is all it took? Inspiration strikes quickly, you know? But maybe I was looking for my thing? Ah, I understand that. I think I'm still looking. Isn't selling antiques your thing? Maybe it will be. We'll see. So the idol thing is only recent? I've had the idea for a couple of weeks now. I've been brainstorming all kinds of things while waiting for you. Waiting for me? Sylvie said you were coming. She said you'd be able to help. So she signed me up for this ahead of time? Well, I don't really mind. Anyway, I was born to be a star. I think I was probably a pop sensation in my past life, or maybe a famous actor. Or both? You chuckled, shaking your head as you turned away from the laptop. All right, well, your social media is ready. You're officially one step closer to world domination. This is so exciting! What's next? What's next? Maybe a profile picture? I can take a photo for you. Wait, do you come up in photos? Of course I do. I'm not a vampire, silly. Thank God. Oh no. Thank God. Imagine trying to figure out how to market an invisible person online. You lifted your phone up, angling it towards Winnie, who instantly struck a dramatic pose, tilting her head to the side with an exaggerated wink. Cheese! You snapped the photo, checking the screen. Sure enough, she was there. Only ever so slightly transparent. If you didn't know she was a ghost, you likely wouldn't have guessed it from the picture. Let me see, let me see! You turned the phone screen around, and she practically bounced up and down in place. So cute! Sage, you're such a good photographer! Well, I think anyone could do this much, but I'm not one to turn down praise. I don't know, because, like, I really like... Doggy barking. I really like her, but I don't know if I want to romance her yet. Let's not yet. There's time. I actually did some photography classes when I was younger. I kind of forgot. Romance her? I don't know yet. I like her. I kind of want to see her end up with Lucille, though, honestly. Best character so far. There is still a character we're missing. I don't know who they are, though. I'm curious. Ooh, really? You're so talented. Hardly. I drifted away from it pretty quickly. Same as I drifted away from knitting, journaling, cooking, art. Aw, why? Didn't enjoy them? I'm not sure. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy it, really. I think I've just spent my life chasing for something, but never found it. I pick things up, then put them down, waiting for something to just click. Well, I think you're really good at everything. I saw you handle all those customers earlier, and now you're making me into a superstar like it's nothing. I think I'm falling in love. You're funny, Winnie. Thank you. Should I add comedian to my title? Hell, why not? Superstar, idol, and comedian. For now, let's upload your new profile picture. And there. Looking good, Winnie. Now we just need content. You said you wanted to do videos. Yep, I should probably, figure out what kind of idol I am. Am I the cool, mysterious type, or the super high-energy, cheerful kind? I mean, that seems pretty obvious to me, but more importantly, who do you want to be? Winnie paused for a second at that. It was brief. So brief that you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention. That's a good question, huh? I guess we'll just find out along the way. That's what makes it fun. Well, you quite literally have all the time in the world to work it out. There's no rush. Take some time thinking about what you want your first post to be, too. Right, I should do some brainstorming. I got it. You're brainstorm for like 3 seconds. What can I say? I'm obviously just a natural. So here's the idea. I'll pretend like I'm putting on a show, and you can pretend to be in the crowd recording right here in the store. If you post that online, it'll go totally viral. Oh, like a fan cam? Yeah, like that. You don't know what a fan cam is, do you? Maybe it's lost with the rest of my memories. It's just a fan recording of a performance. They're pretty popular online. Alright, I can do that. What are you actually gonna, do, though? It's a surprise. Are you excited? I don't think I could get any more excited if I tried. Come on, let's go do it then. Isn't it a little dark for something like this? Concerts are usually dark, I think. Don't worry. It's going to add the atmosphere. Just use your phone torch or something. Hold on a minute. Is there someone at my front door? Nope. Okay, just checking. It went off twice. Ahem. Don't worry, it's gonna add the atmosphere. Just use your phone torch or something. With that, she stepped up onto the counter, not paying any mind to any of the items there. Which was fine, really, considering she just passed straight through them. Ready? I'll start recording. Ahem. Mic check, mic check. You don't even have a mic. I'm practicing. Hello, Willowmist. I'm Winnie. No, that's not right. Start again, start again. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here, your favorite spirit from beyond the grave. Woo! Winnie twirled around, throwing her arms out like she was greeting an arena of adoring fans. Woo, Winnie, we love you! Today, I'll be singing my debut single, Fall Right Into Place. Winnie took a deep breath, then just like that, her usual energy faded. Her playful grin softened into something more thoughtful, more wistful. Then, oh, do we actually get to hear her sing? Then she began to sing. Aww. I was hoping we would get to hear her sing. Dang. I don't know the song, so I can't sing. I can't sing along. I'll just read it. From the songbirds in the treetops to the valleys down below, every living creature has beauty to show. She sang. No, I'm not singing. She sang with all the passion of a girl with no place to call home. Her voice was light, sweet, airy, but there was a depth beneath it, a kind of yearning woven between the notes. The creaking of floorboards play a timeless melody. I wonder about the future that is waiting for me. It's kind of, yeah, no, I'm not singing. I don't know what the song would sound like. I'm not a singer. She held one hand out as if she were reaching for something, or someone, just out of grasp. Her voice carried through the still air, filling the empty space. I don't think this song goes with the song that she's singing. I think this is just, we've heard this background song before. I'm gonna cheer her on. Whoa, Winnie, you're amazing! You got this! A spark of surprise lit up Winnie's face before shifting into pure, radiant delight. Thank you, thank you! I dedicate this next verse to my #1 fan. I can't shake off this feeling of sweet mystery like all the snowy mountaintops were made alive for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay, like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. It doesn't rhyme. As she hit her final notes, Winnie's eyes fluttered shut as she left the sound settle into the stillness of the room. Then she cracked one eye open, grinning. So, how was it? You quickly stopped the recording. Hopefully I got it all. I kind of forgot halfway through that's why we were doing this. That was beautiful, Winnie. Yay, yippee! Where did that song come from? My mouth. What the fuck? Okay, comedian, I know that much. Did you write it? I think so. I hope so. It's. When I first got here, it was in my head. Maybe it's a memory. I'm not sure. But it's pretty, right? It's gorgeous. You're an amazing singer. Well, I wouldn't be a very good idol if I couldn't sing. That's true. I just didn't realize you were that good. You leaned back against the counter, arms crossed, as Winnie descended to stand beside you. A memory, huh? And music is a pretty powerful thing. I wonder if it means something. That I've always been destined to be famous? Maybe? It's kind of funny, huh? What is? That I have no clue who I was, but I remember a song? Well, maybe it was important to you, something you held on to even after everything else faded away, like a little keepsake. Winnie hummed, rocking back and forth on her heels, or, well, floating in places if she had heels to rock on. For once, she didn't immediately follow up with a joke. She just thought about it, hands clasped behind her back. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, anything's possible, right? It's a little bittersweet. No, it's all sweet. Don't worry about sad stuff, Sage. I don't care if I remember or not. All that matters is now I'm gonna be a superstar. How did the recording turn out? Oh, I think it's good. I'll have to clean it up a little before it's ready to post, though. I can add some special effects, too. Strobe lights, fireworks, a backing track! Okay, temper your expectations a little there. I'm no professional. Winnie grinned nearly from ear to ear, and you were sure it was contagious as you found yourself smiling back. A yawn escaped your lips inadvertently. Tired? All this fame and stuff really wears you out, huh? It's been a long day. You must be more exhausted than me. Not at all. I could sing all night. You might need to come up with some more songs first. So, you don't get tired? Nope. I can't even remember what sleep feels like. Man, that would be helpful. It's pretty cool, huh? Another perk of being a ghost. Doesn't it get lonely? Huh? Oh, sorry, it kind of slipped out. I just mean, while everyone else is sleeping, it must be very quiet around the store. If anything, it's just super boring. Luckily, Florian is usually around, but not tonight, huh? Boo. I'd keep you company if I didn't need to be up first thing in the morning. It's okay, Sage. I'll keep practicing for my big debut. I won't be bored tonight. As your client slash business partner slash soon to be worldwide idol slash friend, I officially declare that your shift is over. Why, thank you, my esteemed Winnie. Ooh, I like how that sounds. Uh-oh, if we're not careful, your idol thing will turn into a cult thing, which honestly I'm down for, but maybe we hold off for now. I'll get some sleep then. Good night, superstar. Night, Sage. Rest up. Let me know when you finish editing my debut recording too, alright? You got it. Oh, by the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down from the top of my dresser last night. Huh? What do you... Oh, never mind. That was Sage that said that. Oh, by the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down from the top of my dresser last night. Huh? What do you... I mean, sure. Night, Sage. And just like that, Winnie floated up and through the ceiling. Alright, so who did the green magic to get the letter to me? A ghost idol. What a weird life I'm living. Well, at least I won't get bored out here. With that, you headed back upstairs. You stepped into your room, then promptly flopped down on the couch, exhaustion overtaking you. What a day. Between dealing with customers, meeting and helping Winnie with her idol stuff, and everything with Florian, you were left with little energy for yourself. You let your head come to rest on the back of the chair and closed your eyes. Just for a moment, you told yourself. You just wanted to rest your eyes. Just a minute, then I'll get dinner and go to bed. And just like that, you fell into a light sleep. Upstairs. Wake up. Follow rustling leaves. destiny. Find it. Your eyes shoot open as soft, insistent whispers ripple through your mind. The first thing you noticed was a cool draft brushing against your skin. And in the dim light of your room, you saw something strange. A scattering of autumn leaves swirling in a gentle motion around and around, as if the world's gentlest tornado was inside your room and you were in the center of it. What the hell? Winnie, is that you? No reply came. You felt an inexplicable pull, like a magnetic draw urging you to stand. You got to your feet and the swirling leaves followed you as if you were commanding them, which you weren't, as far as you were aware. You looked out the window, but the wind didn't seem to be coming from there. Winnie, is this some kind of practical joke? If it is, you got me. That pull continued, almost as if dragging you to the door. Swallowing hard, you followed it out of your door and upstairs. You had expected to see Winnie when you entered the room, but you found the attic empty. The pull continued, dragging you further into the room relentlessly. Dust motes danced in the beam of moonlight that streamed in through the stained glass window as you made your way to one of the dressers, pushed aside boxes in your path. The closer you got, the more the temperature seemed to drop, and the leaves twirling around you began to glow. Cautiously, you reached out and brushed your fingers against the smooth wood of the dresser, your heart pounding. It was icy to the touch, much colder than you would have expected. With a deep breath, you pulled open the drawer and found a book. It looked old, leather-bound, with no writing on the front or spine that you could see. Carefully, steadily, you reached in and took it from its place in the drawer, blowing a layer of dust off the surface. As soon as you made contact with it, the leaves swirling around you exploded into gold dust, shimmering through the air before coming to rest on the wooden floor. The temperature of the room returned to normal, and you were left once again exhausted. Strange book in hand, you made your way back to your bedroom. You set down the book on the small dining table in the kitchen and changed into your pajamas. Whatever strange thing was going on right now, it could certainly wait until morning. You crawled into bed, heart still racing, and closed your eyes. Despite the adrenaline running in your veins, weariness overtook you, and soon enough you fell back into a much deeper sleep. It's Friday. I wonder if we get one whole week and that's where the demo ends. But no, I don't want to. Wait. Stop. 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 Okay. I don't know. I can't click the menu button. So I guess this is where we're going to have to end. Or should I just finish it? I don't know how long the demo is. All right, we'll just finish it. We'll just finish it. It's fine. The sing-songy, I think we'll see. Okay, we'll finish it. The sing-songy chirping of a group of small bluebirds on your windowsill woke you from your sleep. You sat up and yawned, stretching out your shoulders with a pop. Ooh, I'd be screaming right now with how bad my shoulder hurts if it popped. I'm sure that's not meant to pop. Rubbing your bleary eyes, memories of last night suddenly resurfaced. Filled with alarm, you searched out the book you'd found and noticed that there was nothing on your table anymore. Was that all a dream? God, I need to stop watching TV or something. Abruptly, a book fell into your lap as if someone had dropped it. A very familiar leather-bound book. Does this place have a second ghost or something? Absent-mindedly, you began to flick through the pages, but instead of being greeted with a journal like you expected, you found strange, intricate drawings, almost like sigils. It looked old, but incredibly well kept, and you couldn't read a word of it. You flicked to the front, and in the bottom of corner of the page was a single word, or in this case, a name. Marigold. Is this Aunt Sylvie's? Just what is going on around here? Ghosts and nights, sure, but people around here are different. Does that mean she was too? It did make sense to you, kind of. Your aunt was a little strange in a curious way. Okay, Mr. Book, I'm going to leave you here, but I'll come back to you later tonight, I promise. There's no need to follow me around the store, alright? I've got work to do, but trust me, you and I have a date tonight, alright? Don't go anywhere. You set the leather-bound book carefully on your desk, taking note of exactly where you leave it. All you wanted to do at that moment was find answers, but instead you turned to your door. There was work to be done. Inventory needed sorting, bills to be paid, and customers waited to come spend their hard-earned money. And talk to you, apparently, since that's what your aunt did. Help people. Alright, so we will man the counter, and then we will sort through storage, because we have Florian for cleaning. You're sitting behind the counter when the door opens and a short figure steps in, framed by the sun.
Hi, I'm glad your store is still here.
It would have been concerning if it wasn't.
Yes, exactly, so I'm very happy.
Did your mom like her birthday present?
She smiled all day and night, and she's a good smiler.
I'm so glad to hear it. Can I help you with anything else today? You're back so soon. I didn't realize kids your age were so into antiques.
The shop smells like fun, so I wanted to come back. Maybe I'll find something else to make my mom smile. The day is always good when she smiles.
She drifted across the floor with that same light, careful gait, as if she barely needed to step on the ground to move. It was strange, but interesting. Her path curved towards a tall, antique mirror leaning against a shelf. The glass was a little fogged at the edges, silvery where the silvering had flaked. It's a pretty mirror, isn't it? But unfortunately, it's not for sale. I might be able to find you something similar, though.
When you look at yourself, how do you know it's really you?
That's a pretty big question for an otherwise quiet day.
I like big questions. They fit more wonder inside.
You step closer. In the mirror, your reflections lined up side by side. For a heartbeat, something odd flickered. Viva's mismatched eyes swapped left for right. And then the glass looked perfectly normal. You blinked once, twice, confused. Well... I know it's me because I remember being me. I suppose I know it's me because I remember being me. I've had this face forever. How could I be anyone but me?
But history is heavy and memories can change. Do you think they could ever take a person away from their reflection? Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve my reflection. Like I'm wearing something very beautiful that belongs to someone else. And if I breathe too loudly, it might notice and ask for it back. But I want to keep it.
She pressed her fingertips almost, but not quite, against the glass, then dropped her hands abruptly and turned back to you. Maybe you can share your reflection, then. That's not so bad.
Sharing is nice. Thank you for answering.
Of course.
Can I stay here a while longer? Just a little until my mom is done shopping.
Sure. Take as much time as you need. By the way, shouldn't you be at school?
Not today. I only go to school on the days I can remember to.
Doesn't your mom mind?
Mom likes it more when we're together. I think you'd like her. She's a very good mom.
Is she the person we haven't met yet? Vivi wandered away from the mirror, her hands hovering over shelves until she paused at a display of small broken trinkets waiting in a discount bin. There was a cracked porcelain doll head, a chipped teacup, and a wind-up toy missing its faceplate.
Can I touch these?
Be my guest. They're too damaged to sell anyway. If you find anything you like, you can just take it. She crouched down and gently lifted the doll head, tilting it this way and that. Then she picked up the broken toy and studied the round space where its face had once been. Her mismatched eyes lit up with some curious idea. With surprising deftness, she set the porcelain head against the toy's body, pressing the edges until they fit with a strange, uncanny snugness. The toy stared back at you with wide, painted doll eyes, its small key clicking faintly when Vivi gave it a twist. The figure lurched forward with a stuttering hop, the borrowed face bobbing as if it belonged there all along.
See? Now they're both happier. The doll gets to move again and the toy isn't faceless anymore. It's better when broken things share their parts. Then no one has to be alone.
That's creative. I don't think I would have thought of that. Is she mismatched? Is she like a Frankenstein monster?
They're both happier now, even if one is gone and the other is a bit wrong.
I'm impressed, Vivi. Maybe I should hire you to fix all our broken stuff.
I could help, but Mom is done shopping, so I have to go. I can come back later if that's okay.
I'd like that. Have a nice day, Vivi. And tell your mom I said hello.
I will. She likes you. She'll like you, I think. You both smell like home.
That's a new one. She gave a small wave, then left the store. You stared down at the strange mismatched doll and wondered what it could possibly mean. Between 21 and 75, so let's go with 47. That sounds about in the middle, right? Or is that too much? How about instead of 47, we'll do 42. That's a better number. You get seated behind the counter, ready for customers. Hi, Quinn! Prop airplane could be the muse behind 1,000 recipes. I cannot resist. Consider it purchased with gratitude. Wow, that was quick. All right, we found it. And now we have nothing else to sell. Hello, Mr. Marigold. I trust your day as well. Welcome. I don't have anything. No purchase today, but your selection is improving. I'll be back to review things later. Thanks, Emmett. Bye. I need to find more stuff. You had just stepped away from the counter to grab lunch when the door opened, and Florian came waltzing in, covered once again with his sunglasses and bucket hat. Florian! Hey. How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep? The deep set bags under his eyes didn't look very promising. I'm fine enough to work. Well, if you say so, but you should think about going to see a doctor or something if it continues. Didn't I tell you to stop worrying about me? Yeah, but no one said I had to listen. Good day, Sir Florian. Pray forgive my intrusion, but might I inquire about this peculiar contraption you have hanging from your pocket? I have never seen its likes before. Lucille stepped over from the side of the store, helmet under arm. She gestured toward a pair of headphones connected to Florian's phone, which was half hanging out of his pocket. It's a pair of headphones. Headphones? A peculiar name. I have heard of a phone owing to Lady Sylvie, but not these headphones. They're tiny mini phones that you put into your ears, and they put the screen in your brain. Winnie popped up from out of nowhere, grinning at Lucille. Is that so? What? No, she's bullshitting you. They're just little speakers. You have to be careful, or the tiny phones will invade your ears and take over your mind. That is quite terrifying, Lady Winona. I believe I will keep my distance from these headphones. I'm telling you, she's lying. Look, you listen to music through them. Florian held the headphones out to Lucille, who raised a hand. My warmest thanks, but I believe it best to let my ears remain free of such intrusions. Why do you never listen to me? She's playing a trick on you. I do not believe Lady Winona would lead me astray. And I would. They're really just listening for your music. Winnie's messing with you. Really, they're just for listening to music. You might like them. Thank you, Sage, but if that is truly the case, there is plenty of music to hear without using technology I do not understand. The singing birds, the rustling of leaves. I believe I will make do for now. Man, I'm too tired for this shit. Perhaps a caffeinated beverage would be of assistance, Sir Florian. I shall go fetch you one, Sage. How about hot cocoa? That will be no problem. Lady Winona, I apologize that I cannot offer you a beverage too. It's okay, Lucy. I'll enjoy it from afar. You really don't need to. I shall be back, post-haste. At that, Lucille left out the front door, a spring in her step. I'm gonna keep practicing. Bye-bye, lazy bones. Winnie floated back up and through the ceiling. You weren't sure you'd ever get used to that. Seriously, though, are you doing all right? It's just some personal shit. It has nothing to do with work. All right, but don't overwork yourself too much, yeah? Actually, I'm glad we have a second alone. I wanted to talk to you. Why? I guess you're kind of the person I know best in town. Why? I'm not the kind of person that people confide in. I disagree. You're really easy to talk to. What is it? I found something. Can Congratulations. Would you prefer a ribbon or a medal? Is both an option? No. Damn, you got me all excited for no reason. But seriously, it was... I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a tornado in my room? Right, a tornado in your room. You're not taking me seriously right now. No shit. You're telling me there was a tornado in your room. Okay, listen. Not a tornado exactly, but a lot of wind and leaves, and they were swirling around me. Uh-huh. And they led me to a book I can't read, but that doesn't matter right now. As soon as I touched it, it all disappeared. What's going on here? Are you an idiot or something? Whoa, where's that coming from? And yeah, probably. I told you. This town is full of all kinds of people. That includes your aunt. There's probably a reason she wanted you to come take over. She always has her reasons. She just never actually tells anyone about them. I think she gets off on leaving people confused. It's just... A week ago, if you told me that ghosts and time-traveling knights and magic books existed, I would call you crazy. Now I'm just meant to accept all that? I don't know, you're doing a pretty good job of it. Am I? Do you like Winnie and Lucille? Of course, they're both great. So who cares if they're a little different? And what about me? Maybe you're a little different too. Does it matter? Well, no, but it's just kind of tossing everything I thought I knew to the wind. Yeah, well, that's life. One day you're a normal person doing normal shit, and the next everything's turned upside down without your permission. Speaking from experience there? I don't know what you're talking about. If you say so. Anyway, thanks, Florian. I guess I just have to be open-minded. I mean, I can't just not believe any of it's true, seeing as the evidence is right in front of my eyes. Can't wish away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. It wasn't like that. My apologies for the wait, my friends. Wait, what wait? You were gone for all of 5 minutes. A midday jog helps me clear my mind. Please, enjoy. She placed down a small tray on the counter with 3 drinks carefully tucked into it. You quickly took yours, glad for it, and Lucille picked up something floral smelling. What have you got there? The shopkeep called it a white berry forest tea. I will admit, I have not yet tried such a thing, but I tend to keep away from coffee. I said you didn't have to get me anything. It would be unbecoming of a knight to offer a drink to Sage and not you, Sir Florian. Please. I'm not thirsty. Truly? Then I apologize. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. It's not... Ugh. With a grumble, Florian picked up his drink. It smelled like strong, dark, rich coffee. There, are you happy now? I've got work to do. With that, he took off, coffee in hand. He is absolutely pouring that down a drain somewhere because he's a vampire and can't drink it. Is he always so pleasant? If by pleasant you mean acts as if some knave had defiled his morning gruel, then yes, Sir Florian has been rather somber from the moment we met some months ago. Well, I guess even Grumpy is charming in its own way. I'm sure he has his reasons. Well, I'm a vampire living forever. I would imagine living forever does suck, because you have to watch everyone you care about and get close to die. Over and over and over and over and over and over. That is true. If I were to speak my mind, I would say he holds little belief in himself. Unfortunately, though I do not know the circumstances that have led him to think like that. Regardless, under his solemn exterior, he is full of kindness. Honestly, everyone here is great. Kind? Yeah, he is. So are you, and Winnie, Vivi, and Quinn, too. Everyone's been really nice to me ever since I got here. Even Emmett. Kinda. Now, that is enough idle rest. I must take my watch and secure the perimeter of this establishment. Wait, you've barely had a break. You were running an errand. Though my respite was Though my respite... Oh my god, I can't read anymore. I'm getting to that point where I've read too much and now my mouth doesn't want to work. Though my respite was brief, the call of duty is constant. I would not delay in safeguarding you and the store. Lucille bowed low to you before leaving out the front door once again. Well, back to work, I guess. The moment you dropped a box down on the floor, dust puffed up from every corner of the room.
Achoo!
Bless you.
Achoo! Achoo!
You fanned the air with a magazine you'd found in another box, but that just made the dust start swirling around even faster.
Superstars shouldn't have to deal with dust.
I had no clue you could even sneeze. So you can't touch things, but you can breathe in dust. That's interesting.
I guess so.
Oh, yeah, sorry. The ghost is sneezing. Tell me how that works. I don't know.
I forget sometimes that isn't normal. It's like my body still remembers the steps. Blinking, yawning, sneezing, but I guess none of it's real.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just how it is. I'm fine with that.
You felt around in your pocket for a clean handkerchief you'd found earlier, then held it out to Winnie. She leaned in towards it as if the gesture alone would help.
Thanks. I know I can't really use it, but it's nice to play pretend sometimes.
I think pretend still counts. Half of life is pretending until it becomes real.
Maybe you're right. It kind of makes me feel alive anyway. Sneezing, that is. Isn't that funny? Anyway, don't let me distract you. I promise I'll keep the sneezing to a minimum.
Sneeze all you like. If I was afraid of a few sneezes, I wouldn't be in the attic. Leveled up! Let's upgrade our luck so we can find something. We haven't really found anything that much in the attic yet. Oh, I gotta have to clean. Florian's. I guess I do have to clean sometimes. You laugh, then turn back to your work, the silence being broken occasionally by a muffled sneeze. You begin searching through your aunt's collection. I found a fish! An articulated fish pendant. It's common, its quality is poor, and it's between $7 and $37. Alright, so we have one thing to sell. It's a little past 5 p.m. and you're sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door is pushed open once again. And then 5 more leaves join you, awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Greetings, Sir Emmett. You have arrived at a most fortuitous time. Sir Florian and I were just debating over whether Sage would neglect to pay the bills or not this week. You're not supposed to tell anyone that. It's just between us. Do I look that forgetful? Do you want me to answer that honestly? Now I'm not sure. Emmett adjusted his glasses, pushing them up from the center with his fingertips. No bills will go unpaid while I'm still contracted. What's that supposed to mean? Everything would fall apart if I fired you? I didn't say that, but you're free to assume what you will. Careful, if you speak to me so nicely, people will think you actually enjoy my company. My apologies. We wouldn't want that, would we? Now, I'll set up my computer at the counter and we can go through your books together. I did bring my own laptop if that'd make things easier. It would stop me having to come and assist you every week. Yes, Miss Marigold never did have any interest in technology. Aw, and I like Emmett. I think I want to try and romance Emmett. I know most people are probably going to go for Florian, but I kind of like Mr. Numbers here. Aw, and miss out on hanging with you? Perish the thought. I would be happy to show you how to digitize your accounting yourself, and then there would be no need for me to come here every week. You would save money, and I would save time. That sounds like a win-win to me, from business owner to business owner. But what about your wonderful company? It could be used on another client, I assure you. Fine, it's upstairs. Should I bring it down? God, look at how he's so dejected. Oh, I'm sorry, Sage. Oh, poor baby. Upstairs is adequate. A quieter location might be a good idea. Emmett looked sideways to where Florian and Winnie were currently discussing a new movie that had just been released, and then towards Lucille, who was sharpening her sword. Probably a good idea. The two of you headed upstairs and into your own apartment. Home sweet home. Can I get you something to drink? A coffee would be fantastic, thank you. You crouched down to look in the back of your aunt's cupboard. There were around a dozen different kinds of tea in beautiful little embossed tins with handwritten labels. Your aunt's handwriting? It sure looked like it. Pushing those aside, you found what looked like a 20-year-old container of instant coffee. Fair warning, I think this coffee is older than I am. Would you expect anything less from the owner of an antique store? Touché. I'm just saying, if you get poisoned, please don't sue me. All I have to pay you with is buttons and pocket lint. I can't say a client has tried to pay me with pocket lint before, but I've been known to accept buttons on occasion. You peered up at him. He'd sat down at your kitchen table at some point, scrutinizing his face. Seriously? No. Why would I accept buttons? It was a joke. Wow, it's actually kind of impressive how you can keep a completely straight face while joking. I thought maybe you worked with a button factory. I do, but they pay me by direct deposit. You do? No, there's no button factories anywhere near Willowmist. Alright, wise guy, how am I meant to know when you're joking, huh? You stood up quickly, pouring both Emmett and yourself a cup of the maybe, perhaps kind of out-of-date instant coffee. Here's hoping it's still drinkable. I like him too. I enjoy Emmett. Since I don't think I can romance Quinn. But I don't understand. I'm so curious as to everybody. Now that we know that everybody's kind of like a creature or some mystical something or other. What is he? You handed him the cup and placed your own down at the spot beside his. Then collected your laptop. Werewolf? I don't know, because I'm pretty sure Quinn's a werewolf. Because well, first off, he's hairy. But then he also said something about how the moon does things to people. So that's why I was thinking that Quinn's a werewolf. I almost thought Emmett was like maybe Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, because when he's here and he's wearing his glasses, he's very proper, very professional. But then we saw him out one night at the restaurant, and he was very much not like himself, and he wasn't wearing his glasses either. I don't know. I'm intrigued, though. Which was still open to Winnie's idol page. A fan of idols? This is for Winnie. Nah, or I guess, kinda. This is actually for Winnie. You can see Winnie, right? Just double checking that she's not some elaborate prank. I work in finance. Oh, I should know. This numbers drive you crazy. You have to have a complete separate personality to deal with them. Yes, I know her offhandedly. And she's see-through, right? As far as I'm aware, Miss Winona is a ghost. You don't sound awfully concerned by that. There are scarier things in life than ghosts. Are you one of them? Like? Oh my god, fucking Emmett. Audits. Wow, that ought to come with a warning. You're making me shiver. Putting aside the non-work talk, please navigate to this website and download the software. I will give you a license to use it under my business. Emmett pulled out his own laptop, then showed you the download page for some piece of accounting software, which you promptly downloaded. Have you ever used a program like this before? What if I said I had? I would inquire whether you were lying or not. Okay, I haven't. Really, I'm new to all of this. Any guidance you can give me is appreciated. Not to worry, it's rather beginner-friendly, and your aunt's business is quite simple. It's all cash in and cash out. I would suggest continuing to use the book downstairs for keeping track of sales, as Miss Marigold will find it more comfortable when she returns, but once a week you can copy the numbers in here. He leaned over slightly, pointing towards the screen. Miss Marigold chooses to pay off her bills weekly. I had suggested monthly or every 2 weeks, but she was adamant about it. These bills will cover water, power, the usual. Payment for your employees is already paid directly out of your aunt's account, so there's no need to worry about that. That saves me a bit of effort. Just make sure to put some time aside every weekend for paying bills. Got it. My weekends are about to go crazy. So if I just click here to find my bills? No, over here. He leant over again, and you couldn't help but notice the scent of his... Oh, are we getting a clue? The scent of his cologne. It was almost floral. In fact, if you had to pinpoint the way it smelled, maybe sparkly? Sparkly. Is he a fae, maybe? Distracted, your hand brushed against his, and for a split second, time seemed to pause. Emmett quickly pulled his hand back and cleared his throat before continuing on like nothing happened. Or maybe an elf? I know. I like how we're on the same page. That's that's the only thing I could think of, like, as far as like sparkly smell, like Faye. But like he hasn't. Well, I mean, we did. Did we give him our name? Did we tell him? I don't remember if he asked. Yes, just here. Click on this tab and it will show you an overview of your pending payments for the week. Ah, right. I got it. Thanks, Emmett. From here on, it should be straightforward. However, since it's your first time, I'll stick around and assist you with filling in some sales data from the book downstairs. Really? That's awfully kind of you. At that, he let out a rare laugh. I'm paid by the hour, Sage. I wouldn't call it kindness. Oh, I see. You're looking to fill up your bank account, huh? That's the point of running a business, yes. I appreciate the help, nonetheless, even if it comes from a selfish place. Want another coffee before we start numbers, boy? Before we start? Oh, got it. Before we start Want another coffee before we start, numbers boy? Numbers boy? You like numbers, don't you? Yes, I suppose so. And no, one of those coffees was enough to last me a lifetime, thank you. If I never have to drink another, it will be too soon. I'll grab the book then. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. You headed back downstairs, then spent the next several hours going through the handwritten records of your aunt left. The handwritten records your aunt left, plus your recent additions. Fortunately, just as Emmett said, it was a rather simple task, just very time-consuming. And done. Well, that was fun. Hi, Jen! It was, yes. Okay, now I'm the one who was joking. I think I'll leave all the numbers to you. That much is obvious. I had to stop you from entering the wrong amount at least a dozen times. Hey, I'm learning. Does that mean if this doesn't work out, I won't be getting an apprenticeship at your accounting firm? Spend a few more years studying, and then maybe you'll have a chance. At an interview. Wow, what's the point of knowing anyone if you can't even get a job through nepotism? Jesus Christ. I believe that a friendship is required for nepotism to work. Ouch! Oh, Emmett, damn. Are you saying you don't want to be my friend? Even though I'm so effortlessly charming, witty, and funny? I do not have time for friendships, Mr. Marigold. So I apologize, but a nepotistic position at my company is not likely. That's not how it seemed when I bumped into you the other night. When you... What do you mean? At the Silver Oak. You... were there? Am I that forgettable? You were sitting a few tables away from me. Lucille and I were leaving when you told me I was doing a great job in the store and you wanted to see me again? And then you asked me out to dinner? I believe you're confusing me with someone else. No, it was definitely you. Lucille saw you too. So, that's a no to hanging out? It's late. I believe our time is up. I will bill Miss Marigold directly for our session. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's got to be Jekyll and Hyde, because he doesn't remember even seeing us. And it's like two completely different personalities. He stood hastily, and the sound of wood scraping against wood echoed through the small room as he threw back his chair and began quickly putting all of his papers and laptop back in his briefcase. Then maybe we could... I should really be on my way. Good night, Sage. Don't forget to brush your teeth tonight. Brush my... In a hurry, Emmett rushed out the door and down the stairs, leaving you staring at the empty spot where he'd been just a moment ago. Don't forget to brush my teeth. What is he, my mother? Wait, what's that? A folded up piece of paper remained on the table. You unfolded it to see a letter addressed to Emmett. Resisting the urge to snoop, you instead folded it back up, then found your hands covered in sparkles. Now wait a minute, they're throwing me off with the sparkles. He smells like sparkles, and now there are sparkles. What is going on? What the... You brushed them off on your shirt, then touched the paper again. Once again covered in sparkles, despite the paper looking crisp and white. Emmett will probably want this. Taking the letter in hand, you dash downstairs. Where did he go? Check his business card. Ooh, I have to roll.
Nice!
Sparkles could be a Fae changeling, and there are two of them. Maybe he's got a twin. You dug through your pocket and pulled out the business card Emmett had given to you a few days prior. Flipping it over, you found an address listed and quickly input into your phone. There you are. Hopefully you live near your office. You set off on foot, walking through the darkened town. It was a clear night, and the sky was full of more stars than you could count. It was certainly different to back home. You were walking like this in search of Emmett, but slightly distracted by the sight above when you heard a meow, then another, and another. Where's that coming from? Following the noise, you turned into a side street and saw a group of kittens huddled together and surrounding a certain man. Don't worry, I brought you oh my god, he loves cats too! Don't worry, I brought you food, so there's no need to get violent. There, eat. Emmett was crouched low to the ground, holding out a small white plate bordered with yellow ducks for the group of tiny cats. As the kittens meowed and ate, he stroked them gently, smiling. His normally serious face had been replaced by a softer expression. Oh my god, does he also drink water? Shut the fuck up. How dare you, Pablo? How dare you? Well, I wasn't expecting to find my favorite numbers boy feeding strays. What are you doing here? As he spoke, his voice cracked and the kittens scattered, leaving the two of you alone in the dim moonlight. Maybe I enjoyed your company so much I didn't want it to end yet? What? Is that so unlikely? You've known me for a handful of days, and all we've done is talk business. Maybe I just like listening to you talk. He looked at you incredulously, as if trying to gauge if you were joking or not. Okay, I do like you, Emmett, but I found you for a reason. You left something at the store, and I wanted to return it. Really? Here. Sorry for spooking you. You held the letter out to him, and he finally stood up from his crouched position, dusting the dirt off his pants. He reached out and took the letter carefully, as if not to tear it. Did you read it? I'm not as nosy as I look. No, I didn't read it, I promise. Well, Emmett cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before tucking the letter away inside his jacket. I apologize for my prior rudeness. This was highly unprofessional of me. I'm not expecting you to be professional outside of your work hours. In fact, I think you could probably loosen up that tie a little even during business. Do you like cats? I suppose you could say that. That's not a yes or a no. They're small and cute. I want to keep flirting with him, but he's not receiving it. Fuck it. We're going to do it anyway. Do I count as small and cute too? Are you a cat? Do I need to be a cat? I could meow if you like. You have no sense of humor, do you? I'm joking, Emmett. You don't have to take everything seriously. He let out a sigh and shook his head. You're an overwhelming person. You know that? We hardly know each other, and now you're trying to meow at me in an alleyway. Okay, when you put it like that, I sound like a weirdo. If the shoe fits, then what can I say? Maybe you just need someone to help you let loose a little. That could be me if you'd like. What exactly do you want from me? I just want to get to know you. I can't do that if you're always running away. Overwhelming and persistent. It's part of my charm. Thank you for returning my letter, Mr. Marigold, but it's late and I really should be getting home now. You should too. Then how about letting me walk you home? There's no need for that. It is hardly a 10-minute walk from here. I know there's probably no need, but can I do it anyway? At that, he sighed and his shoulders drooped. Fine, if it makes you happy. That doesn't mean I consider us friends. Damn, he is a hard nut to crack. Two of you started walking through the dark streets. There was a cool breeze, and you pulled your clothes tighter around yourself. Look at him. He looks so good. How about close acquaintances? We can start there. Great. You won't regret it. You smiled brightly, and Emmett looked at you out of the corner of his eye. So, my close acquaintance, am I allowed to ask you something? If I asked you not to talk to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? I don't talk that much, do I? Emmett remained silent. Damn it, Emmett. Wow. Ouch. Okay, I can't tell if you're joking or not, and that's kind of terrifying. But okay, going back to the topic at hand, what was with you the other night? Seriously, I don't think I'm going crazy. I definitely saw you there. I was afraid you'd ask that. Fine, I'll tell you, but this will stay between us. My lips are sealed. I have a low alcohol tolerance. That is such a cop-out. Huh? The normal, non-supernatural answer stunned you at first, and then you were surprised by your own reaction. Why did you expect it to be something different? Because it totally is. Wait, that's really it? Why would I lie to you about that? It's embarrassing enough to admit. I guess it's just so mundane. Like, compared to a ghost or a time-traveling knight. Oh, what? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, don't worry about it. So you really were just drunk the other night? Quinn offered me some of his homemade cider, and I felt embarrassed to turn it down. It was only one drink, but that's all it takes. I apologize that you had to see me that way. It was actually kind of adorable, seeing you act so nice, sweet, talkative. Adorable. Oh, he's 31. A 31-year-old man is hardly adorable. You have no idea. And here you are. How strange. This is why I try to avoid alcohol. How much does it take to get you drunk exactly? Like one sip? Please do not test that. You can't tell me all that and not follow up with a number, Emmett. Where's the fun in that? Odd, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it to me. It's not something I'm proud of. If it helps, I'm not much of a drinker either. That's what the early 20s are for. Now I'm old enough my bones are creaking. You can't be more than 25. Ooh, are you complimenting me, my dear accountant? Trying to get on my good side? Hardly. I'm 26, actually, but you were close. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere at 26? What's this I hear? Someone wants to get to know me? It's only simple curiosity. To tell you the truth, then I have no clue. You have no clue. I was getting a little burnt out working part-time jobs and thought maybe some time away from the city would be good for me. Running the store was just a lucky opportunity. I haven't even seen my aunt since I was a kid. It would be like Miss Marigold to leave a near stranger in charge of her business. I don't think she had much of a choice. My grandparents passed away, and my mom, well, they don't talk for some reason. What about you? And you can't weasel out of my invasive questions this time. You asked first. I moved to town a few years ago. With your business? That came after. I arrived in this town with only the clothes on my back. That seems like a really invasive question that I'm not answering. I'm not asking. Are you on the run? Don't tell me. You're on the run for tax fraud. Please give me a little more credit than that. I'm just saying, someone who knows the system would have an easier time using it to their advantage. If I wanted to commit tax fraud, I wouldn't be caught. So you've considered it. I can't believe I have to say this out loud. No, I have not considered committing tax fraud. There, are you happy? Ecstatic. Why'd you move here then? It's complicated. I needed a new start, and I didn't have much else. This town just seemed quiet. I'd have to agree with that. My previous job was quite intensive. I lived within the same building as I worked and rarely had a day off. I didn't really have a life beyond that. When the opportunity presented itself, I took it to leave. Was it accounting related? Kind of. Thank you, that's very specific. Emmett suddenly stopped outside a small, 2-story high apartment building. There looked to be a sign hanging out the front. Finch Advisory. What are you, some kind of workaholic? Yes, but I live above my practice. It's just easier. Even if it was greatly unnecessary, thank you for seeing me home. You really didn't have to. Seriously, You didn't. I know I didn't. I just wanted to. You're incredibly strange. Thank you. I did not intend it as a compliment. Well, I'll take it that way. Unsurprising. Thank you for returning my letter and the walk. Good night, Mr. Marigold. He gave you a curt nod and then walked towards the building, before stopping in his doorway and suddenly fishing around in his briefcase. Just as you were about to turn around and head back to the store, Emmett cleared his throat, then walked back over to you before shoving something in your hand. A small card. You did already give me your business card, but now I have a spare. Thanks. I wrote my number on that one. Oh? For emergencies only. Emmett pushed his glasses up before turning around and finally entering the building, leaving you to stand alone in the dark streets. The door closed behind him. Flipping over the card in your hands, you could see both a mobile number and a personal email address scrawled in messy, loose handwriting. Does this mean we're friends now? A click sounded through the empty street as a window was pulled open ever so slightly. No. And then it was... I love Emmett. Emmett's so funny. And then it was shut again. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back to the store. Nice. How long is this demo? This is a very long demo. The shop floor was quiet when you entered. All the lights had been turned off, and only the faint glow from the moon illuminated the store. Florian didn't look to be around. Maybe he was cleaning in the storeroom, or maybe he'd finally accepted he was sick and needed a rest. Likely the former. You strode across the store, ready to head up the stairs. Sage, you have returned. Ah! Jesus, Lucille, what are you doing hiding in the dark? Hiding? A knight does not hide. I was merely keeping guard while waiting for your return. It's late. You should be home. In truth, I did attempt to head home earlier, but the town was too quiet. I feared leaving the store unguarded, so I intended to come check on you. Sir Florian informed me that you had gone out and not returned, and I grew concerned. Oh, right. Emmett left something here, so I had to hunt him down. Thanks for coming to check on me, Lucille, but really, it's way outside your pay grade to have to guard me after hours. This is nothing about pay, Sage. I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Thanks, Lucille. I'm totally fine. In fact, we were talking and I walked Emmett home. I'm not sure how happy he was about the whole thing, but, maybe it's the thought that counts. A noble deed, no matter how small, is never wasted. Yeah, I guess that's true. It was kind of fun, too. Lucille placed her helmet on her head, then brushed herself off. Well, if everything is in order, I will take my leave. Do not worry, I will not allow myself to be late tomorrow morn. She bowed low, then started towards the door. Wait, can I walk you home too? Lucille paused for a moment, then turned and walked back over to you, placing her hand on your shoulder. And allow you to see yourself home alone, after. Nay, I would not. She shook her head. I have hiccups. I have means to protect myself should brigands set upon me. You do not. It would not be fitting. Do not worry, I will be well. If it is not your duty to it is not your duty to escort me to and fro. Something, I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Leave the protection to me, Sage. While I live and breathe, I will never allow a hair on your head to be harmed. Fine, but one day I'm going to force you to let me look after you, too. That's a deal. She nodded. You are a stubborn one. Very well, a deal it is. Until next time, then. Oops. Oh, I found the save. It's the right click button. She gave you another nod before heading out the front door and disappearing into the night. The sound of the bells chiming faded as the door closed, and once again the store was plunged into silence. You waited for a minute or two until you heard the sound of her footsteps growing distant, then locked the front door and started back up the stairs. Your room was much as you left it, cluttered by decades and decades of use. Wasn't quite home yet, but it was nice change from the dingy apartment you'd called your own for the last few years. You walked over to the kitchen table and closed your laptop. With all the rush of chasing after Emmett, you had forgotten you still had cleaning up to do. With a sigh, you packed up the various papers that still scattered the surface before placing your laptop back on your desk. Wait a second. Where'd the book go? You quickly started searching around your desk and under it, but it was nowhere in sight. Hey, book? Where'd you go? I know I didn't imagine you. No response. With a grumble, you began turning the room upside down in search for it. Under your bed, in the wardrobe, in every cupboard and drawer. No matter how hard you searched, it seemed to be missing. Finally, exhausted, you sat down at your desk and found it sitting on the surface, as if it had never gone missing in the first place. You're messing with me, aren't you? Still no response. Though what would have been more surprising would have been getting a response, really. All right then, book, play difficult. See if I care. You picked it up and flicked through the pages. It was the same as before, page after page after page of sigils and writing in a script you couldn't read. One page at a time, you painstakingly searched from high to low for anything you could read. An hour later, you slammed the book down onto your desk, frustrated. Nothing. You wanted me to find you, didn't you? Why are you being so difficult now? At that moment, a cloud drifted lazily by in the star-filled sky outside, and the moon shone through your window, casting a beam of light onto the desk. The light shone on the open book, and as if a switch had been flipped, the entire book began to glow. The brightness burned your eyes, and you covered them, turning away and squeezing your eyelids shut. After a few moments, the glow faded, and when you looked again, the book was still there, sitting on the desk, but something had changed. Where before you saw plain used leather, now you saw beautiful gilded edges and intricate embossing. It looked like a piece of art more than a book. But suddenly, it snapped closed as if caught in a strong breeze. Oh, well, I never! A voice echoed from the book, and slowly it began to float off the table, hovering just a few inches in the air. First, you ignored me for an entire day, as though I was some common dime-a-dozen grimoire. And now you have the gall to paw through my pages with all the delicacy of an ogre cracking walnuts. Appalling! Simply appalling! It let out a long, suffering sigh. I was created by the finest scribes, imbued with the wisdom of archmages, long since reduced to dust, and this is how I am treated. Handled like some sordid cookbook filled with peasant recipes for root stew and boiled turnips? If a book could glare, you were sure the book was glaring at you at that moment. Well, have you anything to say for yourself, you crude, tome-mangling barbarian? You're a book. A book? A book? Why, you wretched, foul-mannered... Whoa. No need to get worked up. God, what am I saying to a book? How are you talking? I am far from a book. I am an archive of the ages, a collection of arcane lore, a repository of incantations, So, a book? Oh, the sheer depths of your ignorance astound me. One would think even a mind as tragically mundane as yours could grasp such rudimentary concepts. I noticed that too. It has, like, ears. And you must be so-called wizard or witch or whatever tawdry moniker you humans are calling yourselves these days, yes? No, I'm just... And now you'll drool upon my pages and mutter incantations with all the grace of a toad goggling mud. What joy! I suppose there is a positive side to this. Soon you will likely turn yourself into a particularly stupid-looking beetle, and I will no longer have to deal with your ignorance. Though, truth be told, I doubt anyone would notice the difference. What is going on here? What is going on here is that you are an imbecile, an inconsiderate lout. I've been here patiently awaiting a proper spellcaster for years, only to find myself stuck with some dim-witted oaf who doesn't have the common sense not to handle my pages with their sweaty, sticky hands. How are you? So the peasant finally decides to address me as something other than a measly book. Congratulations, truly, on the progress. I am Barnabas. Oh, shit, Barnabas sounds like what he sounds like now. I am Barnabas, the magnificent eternal chronicler of magic most high, and patron saint of arcane perfection, linguistic superiority, and the grossly underappreciated art of proper book handling. Something you sorely lack. You're a talking spellbook. Oh, certainly. If you wish to diminish my grandeur to the mere status of a talking book, then by all means, wallow in your simplistic understanding of the arcane. How someone like you is fit to be my master, I will never understand. The fates truly must despise me. I'm your master? That is how books work. That is how this works. I, the glorious and sublime Barnabas, was created by a powerful magician to assist her in the mystery of her craft. However, when she died, she bound me to her bloodline. Long have I been passed down from generation to generation, waiting to find a master worthy of my knowledge, and somehow, despite all odds, I have ended up in the possession of a clueless dunderhead. I think you're getting confused. I'm not a witch or a wizard or whatever crazy fantasy you've got in that head pages of yours. It's a hard voice. Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner could open my pages, even if that magic practitioner is the least adept one ever to have lived. You know what? I think I'm going to put you away in a drawer. Put me away? As though I were some mere object! Oh, the audacity! Well, be my guest! At that, you stood, walked across your room, and threw open the top drawer of your dresser. You stuffed him in there with your underwear and slammed it shut. How dare you! This is an affront to the very notion of my being! I say, let me out! Let me out immediately! You're a really cool book, aren't you? Just teleport out. Teleport? I'm not a mere parlor trick. I'm an object of arcane beauty and a masterpiece of craftsmanship and... Yeah, you're a really cool talking book. Fine. Have it your way. While you languish in your mundaneness, never to know the truth of your potential, I will begin reciting the first 5,000 volumes of the great Encyclopedia Arcana. Barnabas began to loudly, obnoxiously, recite the contents of a series of books you'd never heard of, despite your attempts to cover your ears. Finally, unable to take it any longer, you ripped open the drawer, pulled the book out, and placed it back on your desk. Instantly, Barnabas stopped. All right, enough already. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You're a book. A talking book. It's a little overwhelming. A little overwhelming? Try having someone lick their finger before flicking through your pages. My bad. The book sighed. Yes, it is very much your bad. Now listen here. Whether you and I like it or not, we are stuck together. I am yours, and you are my master. Barnabas floated up into the air. It is now your duty to continue the line of Marigold spellcasters and use the powers I have to offer you to become the most powerful being this town has ever seen. I'm not sure if I want to become some magical overlord. And why not? I was created by a mighty sorceress, and now she is dead. It is your destiny to continue her legacy. Look, I run an antique store. That's kind of what takes up all my time at the moment. Unless you have some spells in there that'll make me super successful and rich. Right, I keep the give me vast fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. You're really sarcastic for a book, you know? I have to be, considering my current circumstances. And as you're my new master, I'm afraid the sarcasm is likely here to stay. Oh, goody. God, what's happening to my life right now? I'll have you know, I was flipping burgers a week ago. A burger flipper. Ugh, no wonder you handled me so roughly. I have spent years and years in the care of some of the most talented wizards and witches in history, and I'm handed over to a grease-stained fry cook. Ugh, the shame. Not like I chose you. That makes two of us, then. It's not like I chose you, either. Look, Barnabas, we're not getting anywhere here. Why don't you tell me a little more about yourself? If we get to know each other, maybe we can get along better. Oh, so now you wish to know about me. Excellent social grace, master. The book cleared its throat. As I told you before, I am the great and magnificent Barnabas, codist to the once magnificent Marigold line. Why did my aunt never tell me about you? How should I know? She was always a rather distant woman and left me to grow dusty on the shelves. A true crime. And you've always been a book? Of course! I am the sum of all magic ever recorded by the Marigold family. Every spell, every enchantment, every bit of knowledge is all kept right here. A dim-witted oaf like you would have no hope of handling all the magic, so I am limited in the knowledge I can give to you. If you wish to learn every spell in my repertoire, then you will need to prove to me through practice and training that you are a worthy recipient. I don't know how much time I'll have for training, and between keeping the store afloat and dealing with the locals' problems. It's no fault of mine. Perhaps you should have been born with the aptitude to become a magician instead of a menial. Come here. What, it allow you to manhandle me again? Absolutely not. Come on, Barnabas. How am I supposed to practice if I'm not allowed to look at you? Ugh, fine. But do not dog-ear my pages, else I'll make good on my promise to turn you into a beetle. With a huff, Barnabas floated towards you, hovering in the air. You lifted a hand and carefully took the cover before flipping through his pages. While many of the pages were still written in a way you couldn't understand, some pages at the front seemed to suddenly be legible. Do not think that you have gained my trust by any means. If I had hands, they would be on my hips, and you would be giving you the sternest of looks. I am allowing you to peruse my pages only because there is a small chance that somewhere within that pea-sized brain of yours there is a shred of talent. Yeah, you don't trust me, I get it. How do I start? Firstly, as you have no experience in the arts whatsoever, I suppose it would be best if you pick one spell to practice. No, actually, I should, because, let's be frank, your judgment is clearly poor and unreliable. Against my better judgment, I shall alter the contents of my pages to provide a use in your mundane life as much as it pains me. Barnabas flipped his pages, then, seemingly of his own accord, started glowing with a bright golden light. With this, I have modified the spell Revelatio Obscura. Now, upon successfully casting such a spell, your eyes will have an easier time spotting things that are hidden. If the spell fails, it is because you are, in fact, a worthless and talentless excuse for a human, and nothing to do with my modifications. So, it helps me find things? I can think of a few times that could be useful. Yes, well, if that is all, please put me away somewhere, preferably not near where you keep your filthy undergarments. Huh. Wait, you have to teach me how to cast the spell first? Must I? Isn't that your whole point of existence? My point is to hold information, not hold your hand. Figure it out yourself. Fine, but if I accidentally set the store on fire, it's on you. You pulled out the chair at your desk, sat down, then reached out and grabbed Barnabas. Please, don't let my pages be burnt. It would be terribly inconvenient. I'll try, but no promises. Ignoring him, you started studying the page. It detailed how to cast the spell with various diagrams, drawings, and words. As you read, the letters and images seemed to float off the page and into your mind, until finally, everything sunk in. You pulled out a notebook and began scribbling sigils left, right, and center. If this was what magic was like, it was going to be a lot easier than you thought. Once satisfied, you put Barnabas back down on the table and pushed the chair back. Time for a little field testing. You placed the notebook down on the ground in front of you, stuck out your hand, and... Revelatio Obscura! Nothing happened. Revelatio Obscura! Nothing. With a groan, you tried one more time, waving your arms about wildly. Revelatio Obscura! Utterly hopeless. Shut up, I have this. You are far from having this. Your pronunciation is that of an illiterate stable boy. Try again, slowly this time, if you please. You took a deep breath, feeling the way your lungs filled with air, and focused on the spell. Revelatio Obscura. A lamp in the corner of the room began to flicker on and off, and the hanging plants near the window swayed gently, despite no wind that night. Congratulations, master. You're truly a master of the craft. The world shall tremble before your might. Hey, it worked! Look at that, I did it! Yes, congratulations on making a lamp flicker. That does mean it worked, right? Yes, this store sits on a magical ley line. There are often side effects to spell casts here. What spell can I learn next? Ha! What spell, the fledgling asked, as if the entire process was so easy. Please continue to amuse me. What? I cast it, right? You must practice. Even simple spells are fiendishly difficult and will not stand idly by while you butcher them with your lack of skill. When you have more experience, perhaps then I will teach you another. Perhaps! Okay, jeez. I'll keep practicing whenever I need to find something then, alright? It would be the smartest thing you've done since I met you. For now, though, I suddenly feel wiped. Yes, well, casting a spell will drain your magical reserves, and until you are more proficient, even the simplest of spells will require significant focus. Well, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. What should I do with you? I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Are you capable of yapping less while I try to sleep, or do you need to go back in the drawer? Do not even suggest such a thing. Good night, Barney. Barnabas! Barnabas! Not Barney! Close enough. You slipped into bed and shut your eyes, waves and waves of tiredness washing over you. As you drifted off, the last thing you heard was the sound of a disgruntled book complaining. You've learned a new spell! Searching the attic now has a higher chance of finding items. Nice! Okay. As much as I would like to finish this, I have no idea how much longer we have, and I am to the point where I'm getting a little dizzy because I'm very hungry. So I think I'm gonna have to call it here.